mansion where I had sometimes played chess. And when I'm out, I'm looking for that vintage fling. But all complexions that I adore, so hard to find, these seem impossible to score. So I dream on to someday find that vintage love. I kept on looking, but everyone's such a bore. And out of a sudden, you came through the door.
Why are you like this? I think people know the context. I think it's infamous enough. Oh dear. Wasn't that last episode? Oh, we are? Oh, come on. I pressed the button. Why didn't it work?
Bentham, what are you doing, Bentham?
You know what? It's good that they didn't hear you. It's good they didn't hear what was going on. Oh, he said it again. I don't know what I expected. You weren't missing much. He was just yelling about the butthole cut of cats. That was what was going on. Too much power. I don't know what. I swear I pressed the button. I pressed the button, damn it. It's fine.
Well, we're
fine.
good now, so
Yeah.
that's exciting.
It's okay,
Happy
let's
Sunday.
It's weird. We're on a different day, a different time. Everything's out of kilter.
It's
Madness.
fine. Rick can just like start the video for YouTube from this point. So only, you know, even the rerun will start from this point. So like, you're the only people who will know the advantage of seeing live shows in action.
I'm just gonna play the rerun with that part and like it's fine.
No,
It
don't do
was
it. 'cause
like 10
now we can
seconds.
go. Because now I can do this. Good morning, music. So, welcome to Roll for It. YouTube streams get together to play some lovely tabletop RPGs. The benefit of time loops is that we can pretend the last one never happened. Right. We'll go through announcements and shilling and then a quick recap before getting on with the show. So, you might have noticed that today, if you're watching live, I guess, is not a Saturday. So today's time loop happens on a Sunday, I guess.
It might be
but
a Saturday that
because-
you're watching this.
It might be a Saturday you're watching this, but if you're watching live, it isn't. That is because people are away next weekend, so we had to do it early, and we decided we could just record it early and play it, or we could do it live and then also play it if you can't make today and you make the normal time next week, or you don't hear that we're doing it early or whatever. You can just watch the rerun as normal. So it will be up at the normal time. If you're worrying about that, don't worry.
If
But
you're
if you do
seeing,
catch it,
if
you
it
catch it
says
early.
rerun, don't worry. It is the next episode.
yeah.
If you have only been watching on Saturdays, but if you caught it last Sunday and it's now a rerun, that's last Sunday's episode you're watching now. You probably
Exactly.
have noticed because you'll have deja vu.
I mean, there'll be an episode number somewhere.
This is episode 8.
So, right, we're going to order our announcements and so on. Today, time is wonky, so you are indeed watching the next episode. We are sponsored by Roll20, which means that we have lovely maps that we can use and dice logs and everything, which is all because we're powered by the Roll20 website, which allows us to play tabletop things online and shenanigans. So if you are potentially interested in being able to play role-playing games on the internets, you can do that with a series of tubes provided by Roll20. You can go to the website, the different like tiers that you can use, free tier, or you could be pro, and then you get to use like all crazy shenanigans, like for instance, customize your own like character sheets and game and stuff, and make macros and scripts. Macros are free, I guess. Scripts, API that does weird things, and that's how this Mage show is powered. Also, we have an affiliate link. Doesn't do anything else for it, makes them happy, and they give us giveaways and stuff. So I guess make them happy. If you want to use Roll20, use our affiliate link, and then we'll be able to have more stuff to give away. Right. which is also September, which means 20% off new subs and gift subs. So if you want to get involved in that, and there's some people have been dropping them, so thank you very much. And MC name post is now out. So yeah, if you're hero tier above, add some NPC names. And then I don't have to name people Fenith Black. And also there is a GM interview. If you're GM tier and above, you can go check that out on our Patreon. GM interview with Sheepy. Lots of details about Last Ditch and the whole GMing involved. So, yeah. Chilling, I guess. Anthem. You want to tell us about the butthole cut?
No, I don't. I never want to tell you about that.
That'll be brought up in the after show, I imagine. So if you don't know what we're on about,
No.
I mean, you could Google it,
It
but
won't
you
be.
might get the
Whenever
wrong
we
thing.
say
I don't
something, it'll
recommend
be in
it.
the after show. It's not. It's the rule. But anyway, the way you can support us.
Berries.
The way you can. Oh yeah, we'll just go off on another tangent about different kinds of berries that are native to where we live.
I still hold the pine berry is the best berry.
I mean,
It was the inverse strawberry that tastes like a pineapple.
Oh yeah, no.
I haven't tried it, so I can't.
Anyway,
it's a very
exist without
Heston
your
Blumenthal
support.
kind of berry.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
that's
can-
way too much power.
You can tip here on Twitch.
Yeah, you
We'll
can
read
help
them
us.
out.
You're skipping way ahead. You can support us on Patreon. Patreon
All right,
is how we fund the
I've
shows.
got an idea. Wait,
Whoa,
wait.
no.
Hi, it appears you're asking about a couple.
That's
I'm going to clear
not-
this.
That's not.
No, I clear this,
We're
and then
not-
Bentham. Ready? Ready?
No, I'm not ready.
Okay, 3, 2, 1. Do the shilling.
No. Why did I give him this? No. What have I
You
done?
did
I've made a
this to
terrible
yourself.
mistake. No.
Okay, do the shilling now, and I will record it, and we can
This is
just
what
play it every
happens when
time.
we're not on the normal time. No. Yeah, that's way too much. You can support us on
All right,
Patreon.
3, 2,
which gives
1.
you, shut up, I'm
No,
doing
start
it.
again, I
That's
gotta
how we are
record
able to
it.
do all the things that we do, and have all the shows that we have, and all the people we have on those shows. And by supporting us on Patreon, you can carry on doing the awesome stuff we do. There's a whole bunch of different tiers. They give you a whole bunch of different rewards, including what limited to everything's all our shows. After shows we record after every show. We talk about. Oh no. We have on those shows. And by supporting us on Patreon, Stop. Can it even be that long? Like, isn't there a
Yeah.
time limit on these?
No.
No.
I'm just gonna roll my willpower.
can I do a bloodthirsty roll?
I think mine's empty. No. I need to roll disassociation, I think.
Okay, go ahead.
You can get MP3s and after shows, you get character sheets, you can get GM stuff like enemy stats and things like that. You can get polls and interviews of GM and cast. Do you want to do it, EE? Do you want to do it? Way too much power. No. You want to take over? No. You want to not take over?
Damn it! He's got the... Okay, continue.
Where am I? NPC names. You can do NPC name posts. You can submit names for NPCs. Don't submit the name Salamagundi Whipple. We've used it before, and it's very hard to implement those in the shows. We were telling the others yesterday about some of the ridiculous NPC names we've had over the years. We've always managed to use them in some form. You can also watch the monthly recaps where the others talk about the events of the previous month and how all the shows are going and all that kind of thing. You can take part in a once-monthly RPG session gemmed by a member of the Roll For It cast, which is just a private game off camera that you get to be a part of. We just had Werewolf running a session of Monster Hearts for the Legend supporters. And you can also support in other places too. You can do the Twitch things. You can give us bits, they appear in the cup, and do a physics, which is always fun. You might be one to get a bit on the edge of the cup. There is one right now, just right there, just on the edge of the cup. There. You could be that bit. That could be you. You could leave a permanent mark on the show. I don't know. It's fun. You can also give us tips. They appear on the screen. Read them at the end of the show to thank you for being awesome and supporting the episode. You can also subscribe, of course, on Twitch, which gives you emotes and badges and immediate access to the Twitch VODs, whereas normally we have to wait 24 hours, or in this case, a week, for the episode to come out on YouTube. I think that's how we're doing it. It's going to come out next week.
Yes, that is how we're doing it.
So yeah, this time it really gives you early access. You can Also support us on YouTube as well. You can become a YouTube member. That gives you motes and badges, and it gives you access to the Discord, as does being a Twitch subscriber or Patreon supporter. You can join the Discord, and there's a whole bunch of rooms in there for talking about all the shows and things like that. There's RP rooms for all the shows as well. We like to hang out in there sometimes and theorize with the rest of you about what is going on in the various plots and plans of the shows that we're in. No. And you can also submit clips and GIFs as well. There's a clips and GIFs room where you can put the clips. You can clip both Twitch or YouTube. We appreciate them both, and we will often try and stick them into tweets. And occasionally we might put together compilations of cool moments from our shows. So please always submit your clips in there. Just chuck them in there if you make them, and we appreciate that. You can also give us fan art. We love fan art too. We've got a fan art room. We've also got the fan art video that we run on the break. So always tweet it at us and just get it to us some way or another. If you tweeted at Roll For It, we usually see it, and we super appreciate those as well. We also just appreciate you being here, just showing up. You're already helping us out. You're contributing to the numbers, making the algorithm go burr, and helping us to be higher in charts where more people can see us and stuff like that, as websites usually do things. And if you press all the buttons as well, that helps as well. What? Oh no. You can...
Wait, I'm trying to make this...
You press all the buttons around the player. That's appreciated as well, like the follows and the subscribes and the likes and the shares and stuff is good as well. Oh no. Where's making the algorithm go burr? You're just trying to make me say algorithm go burr? Is that what the plan is?
Yeah, that's what's happening.
Making the algorithm go burr. Making the algorithm go burr. Making the algorithm go burr.
Anyway, you can catch our remix channel over on YouTube, where we'll just be making...
Much power. No. Yeah, that's way too much power. No. Yeah, that's way too much power. Yeah, that's way too much power. No. That was the shilling. We're done. The shilling's done.
Right, what we do next?
We gotta recap.
Right, I'll handle that. Hi.
Whales fall, everybody dies.
You're forgetting the part where Thresher got tased again.
Oh yeah.
No, that's not even news at this point. That's just like, yeah, your heart's beating, your legs are wagging.
Okay.
Thresher's getting tased, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Episode 7 of Mage, which was Good Morning Space. We arrived at the crash site before a crash had happened, waiting for the crash to happen. The crash happened, leaving a trench into the ground. We discovered that this was the remains of a satellite, but what satellite? We didn't know just yet. There was a small radio signal coming out of it, debris everywhere, and that is when the Technocracy arrived. When they arrived, we tried to hide. We really failed at hiding. And as such, we were all captured. This time, we didn't resist. Hackett, in fact, went face down into the ground of the heath, meaning that his face got covered with heath water. Hands to his side. That's right. I remember this episode. Thresher tried to hide Elin. It did not succeed, and thus both of them were captured as well. Hassan, of course, was the worst in hiding because he tried to cast a spell at the same time. So instead, he was just right out in the middle of the road, the heath, just staring out at space. Anyway, they all got captured and they all got taken back, but not before Thresher tried to resist, because of course. Thresher got tased, because of course. Thresher got knocked out after she got kicked in the rib cage and broke a rib, because of course. The rest
what was that?
Thresher got knocked out after getting kicked in the rib cage and breaking a rib.
And the last part?
Because of course. Because of course. Because of course. That's too much power.
Yeah, that's way too much power.
Because of course.
No.
We're gonna have to take EE's Goxelar away today.
I think, is he a Kenku? Is that what's
today?
happening?
Because of
Yeah, that's just like he has to construct all his sentences from things he's heard from
This
other
is
people.
it. Eventually, I will have accrued so many people's words that when I GM, I will just use the soundboard.
When he's 90, he'll just be in a home on his own, pressing buttons.
It'll be the
and
Stephen
sentences,
Hawking
yeah.
thing. Like, I'll just be laid back in my chair, like on a ventilator, just pressing the button. And you'll hear...
Yeah, that's way too much power.
Where was I? We got put into individual cells. Thresher did not, because Thresher was immediately trapped up, trussed up, and interviewed. Hassan at this time rediscovered his ability to sneak around without sneaking around by extending his senses to other places, discovered the loot machine, and spied on the eventual interview once Hackett was added into the equation. Because you see, Thresher turns out can be really reasonable when the time comes for it, and so can Feneth Black, erstwhile known as C-3PO. Together, Hackett, Thresher, and C-3PO plotted out the return, because eventually, of course, we'd have to, discovering that the Technocracy, in fact, has been losing each memory when it comes to the loop. We now have a code phrase that we all memorized, the name Feneth Black, the guy who once we knew as C-3PO, and Hassan eventually got involved in the conversation as well, because he's been listening in the entire time and eventually revealed that. Now, it is Loop 5. We woke up in place. We tried to discover where Winterbear was, trying to find his last known location. None of us got there in time, but we did see whales in the sky. And then...
That's way too much power.
Yeah, it is. And then we looked up. Hassan thought, wait, shouldn't gravity affect these? And then they started to be affected by gravity, until they landed on the ground and exploded in our faces. Using the power of matter, Hackett built a wall of earth, and Hassan altered space enough that they are mostly unscathed. In fact, they also ran away. But, now there's whale guts everywhere. Good morning, music.
And so, with that, we join
All right,
you all.
someone mentioned that I missed Thresher's murder spree of 3 people.
Oh yeah,
Don't know what you're talking about.
that happens all the time. Like,
Yeah, I mean,
So, with that, we find our 3 mages lying on the ground at the side of the M25. The carcasses of 2 whales, bare feet from them. A wall of earth that's kind of almost columns as opposed to actually a full wall, blocking most of the actual spray of the blood and guts and gore. But a wave of ick still kind of collapses on top of them. Most of the chunks missing them, however. And as they look around, they realize the music is still playing. And they have narrowly avoided being squashed by whales. Good morning, music.
You okay, Hackett?
Yeah, it's fine.
At least you're not still an old woman, because that would have hurt.
It seems like the transition's mostly done. Just
Did
in
we
time for me
almost
to become
die?
a whale.
because a whale fell from the sky.
No, we almost died because 2 whales fell from the sky.
So you're saying this is a paradox thing. This is just something that is going to happen now. We're just going to have whales that could potentially kill us on top of the technocracy.
They're more like what's it? They're more like dynamic illusions. So, I wouldn't expect whales again, but maybe.
But I don't really need to worry about whales falling from the sky or things such as whales falling from the sky.
I mean, you should probably worry about that. Yes.
Okay, so since we missed Winter Bear, apparently, and I'm just gonna survey around. Is there just like whale guts everywhere? Are there any sleepers? Anybody else?
As you watch, the whale guts do slowly seem to be, for want of a better term, evaporating. None of the sleepers seem to pay any attention. In fact, you can kind of see nearby, there's just a fox just walking around, covered in blood. But the blood does seem to slowly be disappearing off of it.
Do we recognize that the music that is now playing is in the Hall of the Mountain King?
Yeah.
It's like Hank kind of stops. Is like, really?
Yes, really. Don't worry, it'll phase out of existence soon enough, and mostly the sleepers should ignore it if it's anything like a normal paradox thing. I do it all the time. In case you hadn't noticed, the other day there were black SUVs everywhere.
I noticed.
A little strange.
Yeah, that was me. I was looking for a black SUV, and suddenly every SUV was a black SUV.
Now, for a moment, I was thinking that the whales were a result of build-up of paradox from the whole time.
Oh, it is
thing.
because the build-up of paradox. It just manifests like it would for one of us.
The fact that it's whales and it's relatively old music, those are both things found on the Voyager discs.
Yeah.
So you're going to tell me that everything's manifesting from a old time capsule that was shot into space?
Which means it probably reached someone.
So it might be the save machine, or it might be something to do with Voyager or the thing that was on it, or it could be an interaction of both. Voyager is the most unusual thing in the area, not counting for us and anything that Technocracy's brought along.
The save machine's been... Sorry.
Oh, go on.
The save machine's been altered. That's pretty obvious. Nobody's supposed to die and actually disappear. Right? Its basic pattern has likely been changed, which means that this thing can change patterns, which means that this thing probably has some control over it.
Can we be sure that the machine itself has been altered, or perhaps it's just that...
The effect? No. I'd have to get a good look. We'd all have to get a good look at it. Last time I saw it, it was, I extended my senses, but it's not enough to really... It was a snapshot.
Would it need to be altered every day, or is the machine the one thing that's constant? It must be constant.
I imagine it is.
So
Wait,
you don't
Thresher,
need to
why
alter it once on the first loop, and then it will be changed.
Thresher, why are you... You said that you would... You said that Chester held you up, yes?
No, I was just trying to get out of the appointment with him.
Then why are you wearing entirely different clothes that look like they're brand new?
Because I thought I needed sensible gear like I did for Oldfield Heath. I didn't know if I was going to be chasing a man down the interstate.
Do you not keep flats in your office?
No. You have to be ready and presentable at all times. It's almost like you're giving yourself an excuse to not try as hard.
If you want to, feel free to roll a manipulation, subterfuge, and insight wits.
I would love to, E. Thank
In
you.
this case, Thresher's excuse is pretty good. So, if there's a tie, I will give it to Thresher.
I think Hackett's not going to look into this.
Okay, but hear me out.
Know anything about...
Doesn't Thresher have a -2
Thresher's
because of
clients.
willpower loss?
No.
Oh, no.
I would have gained.
Damn it.
But it's still, you know my dice.
Well, we don't know. Until we know.
I got 1.
I got 2.
Does anyone want willpower?
No.
No.
Yeah. As you're like, wait a minute, you realize that the words are coming out of her mouth, but her eyes are dead. Like, her eyes are moving very differently to what her mouth is saying, and you see ever so slightly, there's just a drop of blood at the back of her neck.
I mean, we are covered in whale guts.
Yeah.
Well, guts have almost fully evaporated by this point.
Oh, okay.
I take out a handkerchief and lightly reach around to the back of her neck and wipe it off.
Is it a whale? What is it?
I hold up the bloodied handkerchief.
Oh,
As
did
the
I
whale
hit my
guts around
head?
me just disappear.
I must have hit my head. And I'm going to start looking around at like when I'm running away from the whale, like what I could have bumped my head on. Is it
I just wrap
bleeding?
up the handkerchief and put it back in my blazer.
Well, we
You're
can
fine.
consider today a trial run when it comes to intercepting Winter Bear. Like, we now know the conditions we'll be facing. Next time round, we can be more prepared.
Well, what time would we need to be here to get to Winter Bear?
We'll only know if we succeed. We just have to get here as soon as possible and see what we see.
Don't you think it's odd?
If you want, you could just kind of time a car as it goes from, here-ish to the nearest junction. If that is something you want to do. Like, you can do it. You're standing there. You're watching cars going past.
I'm going to just walk away from the main group for a second and... See, I remember the other day when I tried to call Hackett, and Hackett was Florence, and Hackett's number was not attached, Didn't belong to anyone. I'm going to call Lyle.
Okay.
I'm waiting for the dial tone.
Rings. 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 And she goes to voicemail.
I let out like a breath I did not know I was holding before hanging up and walking back to the main group.
Haggart's probably now looking at the cars and like timing them. He's got out his gold pocket watch.
Even though the traffic is flowing slowish, you're probably looking at less than 10 minutes until a car gets to the junction. Probably a good deal less. Probably more like 5. Like it is slower traffic, but it's still flowing. So you'd need to get here in under 10 minutes.
Yeah, looking at the timing, I think the only way we have a chance of getting here is if Hassan is able to look here.
It's a difficult prospect. I'll try each and every time, but...
Yeah, I mean, the good thing is that you've got multiple tries at it, but every loop that we let pass is a risk.
By the way, did you get your sword?
I did. It went easier this time. I reach into my bag and I pull out a ball.
Yep, it's just a giant rubber ball.
I bounce it in the grass and catch it.
Kind of boom.
That's not a sword. Did you... Oh, shape change, right. I'm so confused.
Getting a little bit more practiced at it this time. Stick the ball back in the bag. Like, I don't know that I'm going to be attacking anything with a sword, but it's not bad to have.
You're going to be attacking things with a ball instead?
I can turn it into a sword.
As a note, you are maintaining the spell. It's currently using part of your your mental processes. If you choose to at any point, you can drop it and it will revert.
I'm holding it in that form. The moment I stop, it'll return.
I know what a held spell is. But that brings up another point. We're progressing.
While they're talking, can I do an investigation of the area just to see if there's anything suspicious? Like a scuffle occurred. I mean, the whale guts are evaporating. Like, did it seem like a car got stopped and something happened?
Sure. Make a investigation intelligence roll.
2 success.
Nothing seems to catch your eye. Like, there are a couple of stopped cars over near the edge. Other than that, like, one of them has a police car behind it. It looks like the police have pushed it off to the side of the road, and they're currently just kind of looking inside of the car.
Can I look at that, like, from a distance? Like, does it look like a car of importance or just like a derelict car that someone left and they pushed it off?
It looks like a perfectly normal car, but as far as you can see from a distance, it just looks like a car. It's like a blue hatchback.
Does it say Winter Bear on the license plate or anything?
Unfortunately, it does not say Winter Bear on the license plate.
Okay.
The whale guts, I imagine, are completely evaporated by now.
They're gone.
I'm not going to let Hackett see, but I'm going to open up my handkerchief. Is the blood still there? Just put it back in my pocket. We should probably steal a car. I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm getting really tired of ordering cabs everywhere.
I mean, I suppose there are a bunch of cars that have no owners and probably the keys in the ignition.
Let's see. Does the M20... Can you just walk onto it, or do you have to, like, climb over something?
You have to climb over, like, there's a little barrier and there's an embankment up to it. Note that there are, like, some traffic police over just kind of here-ish. They will see you. Pedestrians are not meant to just walk onto motorways.
It's true. It's true.
Do I get a feeling that Hassan is onto me, or am I blissfully unaware? Or that has some suspicions about me?
Feel free to make an insight check, because he did grill you earlier. Hassan, manipulation, subterfuge, or charisma subterfuge in this case.
I'm going to do insight and intelligence.
Can I be...
Insight, wits, it would have to be.
Can I use my resolve instead?
No, you could, sorry, it would be, obviously, it would be subterfuge composure. What am I talking about? Subterfuge composure.
Same roll. But,
Got 3.
Damn it. Subterfuge. composure. I only have 3 dice for this.
As
There's
you
no-
turn back from looking at the car,
I'm spending a willpower point to re-roll that.
she would win because she's initiating.
Ah.
Unless you rolled into like a double 2, in which case you're looking for 1 in 100 chance.
Mhm.
Yep. As she looks back from the police car, you notice Hassan quickly glance away from you and look down at a handkerchief with a spot of red in it, before tucking it back in his pocket.
Okay, I make a very large mental note about that and the fact that you would not tell me your nickname. And so there's just a list starting to form about Hassan.
You think Hassan may be sus?
A little sus. I think you may have vented.
This guy's suspicious.
Funnily enough, what's his nickname?
like,
Little Sus.
No, it
this
wasn't.
guy's suspicious. He knows I'm a murderer.
You know, but I did. I pushed him about his nickname and he wouldn't. He was kept deflecting. So
Maybe that's just embarrassment, mate.
well,
One of the
if it's little
nicknames you've
sus,
heard
I
is-
get it now.
Like he might have some really terrible nickname like Mangled Pork or something.
Benethan
God.
Smith.
Benethan Smith. There he is.
Look, if I had a nickname like Mangled Pork, I'd just cry myself to sleep every night. Or God, Werewolf Feels? That's just messed up.
I'm gonna
The worst.
notice
You could
that
be Katie Peters.
that's the worst one of them all,
Yeah.
to be honest. So
I like
y'all
how
dodged
he
a
just
bullet.
escapes under the radar.
Well, just adding another normal like internet name to it wasn't gonna be helpful. So I had to go for Katie because she's a murderer and a horrible person.
Wow, not me, the character. I need to specify it's the character, not me.
Welcome to the content warning. We're not our characters. You should know that by now.
Katie's not actually a murderer. I'm not a giant, like, 18th century pugilist in the body of an old woman.
Wait, I thought you were.
No, he's a 21st century pugilist.
And I'm not once part of the Technocracy that you know of. Shall we continue?
Yeah, I would notice you checking the blood out. And I'm going to think through my day, and I know Seraphina is supposed to come. But I go through this mental list of I can't call and tell her to not come in. That's going to make me look bad. So I'm like, Seraphina probably will find them, but I locked the door. So she's just going to show up and get mad. But can I call and No, I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to leave it as Mindy took over to calm Chester down before I left. And I came here after Gucci right away.
Make an
I'm imagining, like,
intelligence resolve check.
I'm imagining like the
Or intelligence
the
technology.
I'm imagining the JCS criminal psychology video of the Teresa Thresher murders.
It's not
This-
like it's.
This is the guy narrating. After the murders, she went to the nearest Gucci store to get new clothes. She threw her
Thresher.
dress in the trash
Someone-
can outside the store.
And then killed someone in the freaking Gucci.
This was found by police within a day of the murders being discovered.
Yep. Thresher.
You know what? Yes.
Now you think about it. Of course, the office has CCTV.
I kind of thought about that in bed last night. And I was like, don't worry about it. Just go to sleep.
This is
And as you
escaping to our
think
real
back
lives.
over like the story you will tell and how you will get away with it, you realize, yeah, there's CCTV, both of the entrance of the offices, which Mind Evolution occupies a floor of, and also of the waiting room of Mind Evolution itself.
So I would assume that as a therapist, I would have access to that.
So Mind Evolution only occupies a floor of a building, and the security is run by the building itself. So, you might be able to blag your way in, but presumably it would only be like the office tenants, so Fates and Rosalini, who would. But you might be able to
This-
blag your way in.
This is why I was trying to not kill anybody at Mind Evolution, okay? This was a goal of mine.
And because you went into the shared like little bathroom with the mirror and stuff that's attached to the waiting room, there is video of you walking through the waiting room covered in blood, in addition to the door being open. And yeah.
I just mentally say, fuck. And I'm going to walk over to them. I'm going to get a car and I'm going to go along this path to see if I can find anything.
One of us should go to the transport depot. Or all three of us. Frankly, they don't like me very much.
You two go to that. I will see if I can find anything on the M25.
Actually,
and I'll meet you there later.
You know what? They really don't like me. Perhaps I should go with you. And Hackett, you can go to the transport depot.
I think that'll be quite all right. I think you and Hackett should go. You need to work on your interpersonal skills with them.
If I want to work on my interpersonal skills, no better person to talk to than a therapist, right? Come on, it'll be fun.
I stand there and I just blink at him a lot. I would really prefer to do this alone. I feel like as much as I like you all, I need some time to just clear my head and breathe and clear the thoughts, organize them, process them so that I can help in a better way.
There's a smile on Hassan's face, but he's staring daggers at you. It's very clear that he's not going to take no for an answer.
It might be best if you have some backup around here. Especially seeing as Winterbear we know was in the area and is quite possibly compromised by whatever we're dealing with here.
He's smarter than I am.
Hackett is saying this because he doesn't want Thresher to get into an altercation with a random person on the M25.
Thresher is known for getting tased.
He is like, I don't know if Thresher should go anywhere unaccompanied. She might end up in a fight with the actual police or like might run someone over. Something.
I'm going to then quickly go through my mind and how I was like, there's whales in the sky today. And weird stuff is happening. And I'm like, could this be played off as an illusion? If it came up.
You have been asking about my code name. I'd love to give it to you. In private, of course. Not for Hackett's ears.
It's a little odd to me.
Earshot of Hackett?
Oh, yeah, entirely.
It's like, oh, wow, alright. I mean, I guess I don't actually care.
It's quite embarrassing, to be honest.
But you'll tell me, but you won't tell Hackett.
I mean, don't we all like to keep secrets from Hackett? I grin it and nudge Hackett in the ribs.
Seriously?
Well, it's just I'm afraid that you'll turn back into Florence, and then I'll have to explain all of this to an old lady.
Just...
I think you two should go somewhere together, because quite honestly, this is... I don't need a babysitter.
I'd need a babysitter, and I'd like you to be the one. Please. Please.
I think this is a good plan. I think I can handle the Technocracy as long as I have the right code.
Also, don't turn any guns into...
I won't turn guns into sodium. If anything, I'll collapse the barrels.
Don't do... Oh, good grief. Let me just check. Do you have the right number? And I pull out my phone and pull out the...
Well, that's the nice thing. There's three of us. We can compare numbers, and if any of us got it wrong, as long as the other two got it right, we're good.
Which makes a perfect... There are three of us,
we
and we have more of a plan.
I mean, we compare now, and then we see what the code is, and I'll... As long as mine's the same as the pair of yours, we're good to go. And I pull out my phone and bring up the number.
Yeah, your number's wrong.
Is it, do we compare the three and like those two are fine and mine isn't?
Yeah.
See, this is why someone should go with Hackett.
Okay, so I got it slightly wrong. Listen, I wake up every morning with the brain of an 80-year-old. You guys got it right. I'll just edit it to your number.
Look. Let's not demean his masculinity any more than we already have. Life has already done enough, hasn't it?
I know that I'm not supposed to do this, but my professional opinion is showing that there's a lot of animosity between you two with these jabs, these slight digs.
I mean, you can say that again, but we've got a job to do right now.
Oh, well,
I would also like to point out that I would not and will not be treated like a child.
I'm the child here, and I'm asking you to take care of me. Please.
I do not have room for mommy issues.
His voice, his smile would indicate that this is all like a joke. His eyes are just like they're going to anger now.
I don't like the way that you're looking at me. I know you're pretending all of this. I will not have
Fine.
this.
Let's do it here then. I open up the handkerchief. That's human blood. And it's not yours.
How do you know it's not mine?
Because there's no cut on the back of your neck. Because there's no injury on the back of your neck. Because you're fine. You were fine enough to change clothes this afternoon. Before you came here, in fact. Which means... Tell me, how did your interview with Chester go?
Part of me would be like, why would he question that, though?
He's been trained by the Technocracy. Sorry.
You must have heard of this Chester guy. He punched you in the face 2 loops ago.
I wouldn't blame you for killing him.
I mean, Hassan has literally been tempted to punch Chester out before. I don't know if killing is the right thing to jump to, but it's totally viable that someone might get fed up at Chester and punch him in the face.
When Hassan says killing, Haggett's like, whoa, hang on, killing?
Yes, Chester every morning has tried to swing at me, which is why it took me some time, and I left Mindy in charge of him after trying to calm him down. Maybe he did hit me today.
Do you not have any regret in that body of yours? No?
I had a bloody nose earlier, and I tried to clean myself up as much as possible, but clearly I didn't do a good job.
You had a bloody nose in the back of your neck.
I was wiping it off frantically so I could get here. I got it all over my dress, so I ran over to get something to change so you wouldn't be asking this many questions. Clearly, I didn't wipe it off enough.
Could you please just stop lying? I've killed people. I have no idea about Hackett, but Lord knows I have. Hell, I turned someone's pacemaker into a magnet. An electromagnet, while there were knives being thrown at her. What do you think happened?
I'm gonna just sneakily do a little life matter detect on this blood.
Life wits?
Well, it's already while this is happening, like, a pacemaker already contains electromagnets. I just increase the magnetic frequency.
1. Ugh.
It's definitely human blood.
I did it.
Willpower
it's
if you
blood.
want.
I'm the best detective. I'm not willpowering this.
If he came at you and you killed him, it's fine, but this is a good thing to know, because tomorrow, if he doesn't show up again, we have another clue, don't we?
I left him with Mindy. He was pretty worked up when I left, though. I tried to get myself out of the situation as quickly as possible.
Fine, let's go to Mind Evolution.
Okay, then let's go to Mind Evolution. Are they playing the Star Spangled Banner right now?
Oh God, they are.
It's the fucking UK. Do we really need to listen to the music of the colonies right now?
I don't really understand, though, if we're trying to figure out this loop situation, why you're putting me under the microscope.
If I'm understanding right, apparently you might have killed a guy. Which, you know, is as bad as killing a guy normally on account of the fact that they probably aren't coming back.
Not to mention, we have not actually seen a dead guy yet. You realize that, right? People have gone missing, but we have... No, have we? Hold on, let me just go back through my memory. No, we haven't. Except for Hackett, but no, I didn't see Hackett's body.
Yeah, and if I die and my body doesn't come back, I think we can be relatively sure that a normal, like an unenlightened body definitely doesn't come back.
But the point is, we can... Look, this is handy information. If the body goes... Remember, the whole point is if the body goes missing, that's why his spirit gets transferred. What happens to the body? Not to mention, Chester could have information on him.
While he's saying this, can I get a read on him?
Girl,
I think it's super suspicious that he jumped to me murdering somebody right away. But
okay,
I want to see if he's being like genuine or if he is trying to get me in trouble or.
Wits insight.
Okay.
San, this is kind of like sensing your motivation here. So, what do you think you should roll against with?
Resolve and composure.
Probably not resolve. Composure, maybe. It could be composure subterfuge, trying to hide the nature of like your backstory and how much you have killed people and how much that sense still comes around occasionally.
What he wants is to see if she's a redeemable person, and I think he's not really hiding that.
Okay, that'll be one success needed then.
Composure and
if you're not hiding it, it's not a roll. It's just she has to beat one. If you're not hiding it. So yeah, with 3 successes, Hassan seems to be trying to get a read on you. Like, he's not stating this as a fact or like saying that he's stating objectively. He seems to be wanting to know what you're aiming for, what your limits are, why, your motivation. He seems to want to know your nature. He wants to be able to judge you.
Which is going to be a complete red flag to Thresher. Because what is considered redeemable to one person is not to another.
Absolutely. One must remember that true faith can get really tricky sometimes. Yeah. But at the same time, like, I think he's telegraphing that he's killed people several times. He's not hiding that either.
But you were an ex-Technocracy. I'm a therapist who wrote a best-selling New York Times book. So
which he thinks is trash.
About
just a reminder.
Yes. About grief, just dealing with, the deep, difficult area of grief. I would feel like as soon as he I can sense that he's trying to get a judgment or judge me and try to see if I'm a redeemable person. I am going to put up a wall. I don't really owe you anything, Dr. Hassan.
He just stares.
Couldn't there have been anyone else in this loop? Someone normal who hasn't killed people, doesn't think about killing people.
You said you didn't kill anyone, right?
No, I don't do that. I research.
Really? Not a single soul.
That's the normal.
Well, congratulations for being so innocent and naive.
Ugh.
The only thing that I will admit to is that I have killed the spirit of people in order to make them stronger on the other side.
I've never heard so much pathetic bullshit in my life.
So when you turned a pacemaker to a magnet, were you doing that for Technocracy or just for fun?
Can I get an insight read on her? Why?
Oh.
Remember when we had this plan to go see the Technocracy and chat? Yeah, it's gone now.
Okay. Katie, are you trying to hide Thresher's motivations and why she splashes out at people and stuff? Like, that felt like it was from the heart.
I'm gonna willpower roll that.
It's triggering. Oh.
5 successes.
Okay, 5 successes. I should have picked more willpower for myself.
Okay.
In a way, I would be trying to hide that deep root of why I am the way that I am.
Compose subterfuge then. Hassan gets a really good insight on you, so please, for 4 successes worth, which is, really good, please explain why you're lashing out and why you're like this. In a way that you could pick up. Obviously, it's not like a deep read, but it's like a pretty good insight.
Here's my backstory. No, you see like a flash of fear in my eyes for like a fraction of a second. And then it kind of turns back to that glassy, dead stare, almost like, is there anybody in there kind of thing. And you can sense from her that there is this need for control and power that if I don't have it, my world starts to crumble, and that my impulsiveness comes from something that, trying to like not give away too much. There's like an impulsive nature in me, which seemingly comes from a place of needing to have that control or I lose control. But it's stemming from like a fear and almost a deep sadness that you saw in her eyes for like a flash of a second.
I think with 4 successes, I'm going to ask one question of you. One question. Is that okay?
It depends on the question, but I'll do my best.
This is not Hassan asking this question. This is Hassan's player asking Thresher's player.
Okay.
Is she lonely?
Oh, she is lonely, but she tells herself that she's got everything she needs and that loneliness can be filled by materialistic small glimpses of control. And it's like she's convincing herself that she's not lonely, even though she's deeply, deeply lonely.
I would add one thing.
Okay.
A lot of it stems deep down from jealousy as well. The materialistic stuff is to connect with people who have that, to want to be like them. The people who have friends, she is unable to make friends, so she sometimes takes other people away. There is something, jealousy connects to all. That's because you're 4 successes. But it's also a very strong emotion for her.
I'm going to roll something. Give me a second. Why don't we go to Mind Evolution so I can help you clean up?
I think we should just go to see the Technocracy, forget the M25, and just call it a day. At this point, someone can just put a bag on my head, maybe pass, I don't know, I'd pass out from like I start stumbling over my words. Let's just go talk to the Technocracy. And I start walking randomly down the street.
Either way, that's my plan, and you can come with if that's what you want to do. I'd lamp you both one, but I think I'll save that for a time when it'll be longer lasting.
Hackett, and I quietly just said to him, I think there's a mess there I need to clean up. Just go with her. I'll be back. Promise.
I mean, the mess will be gone by the night.
We don't really need any more police attention, do we?
Wait, you can work on that if you want. I think once we get to the Technocracy, the police aren't going to be a worry for us anymore.
Here's hoping. But, like I said...
It's fine by me, just don't sneak off and murder anybody or something.
Well, truth be told, I've never actually been a murderer. Killer, yes. Murderer, no.
That's kind of splitting hairs.
Depends upon who you talk to, I suppose.
Just do what you want to do.
Yeah.
See if we can. Well, I'm going to see if
there
this
a car
code
around?
works for a start. Fenith better still be alive.
This is interesting, because we're in a parking lot, and a lot of accidents do happen in parking lots. Is there a car just waiting around in the parking lot?
You're not in a parking lot right now. You're on a bit of grass next to the M25.
I'll walk to the UCL parking lot and check it out.
And the rest of you are going to head to the Webley Transport Depot?
Yeah,
That's where I'm
I
going.
probably would order a car for us, just standing like a bit away from them, just looking at my phone and typing frantically to find an Uber.
Oh.
Really quick though, can I ask, did the music change to something sinister and weird while we were talking about that?
Yeah.
I'm not going to mention it, but I noticed that.
Every now and then in the quiet moments, we just tune into the music and just think about it for a minute and then carry on with our time.
Are you going with Thresher?
Yeah, I'll go with Thresher.
Okay, you walk over to her. She's on her app, ordering a car.
Do you prefer a truck, a car, Tesla? What would you like?
And usually I go by bus. Just pick whatever. Honestly, whatever's quickest.
Have you ever been in a Tesla?
No.
Okay. I'm going to search through
Considering my line of work is kind of ironic.
well, we're going to get a Tesla for you today. And I'm just going to focus on that and try to find the nicest, closest Tesla to take us to Webley Station.
While you're ordering that, it'll take a few minutes to get there. Then you get to the parking lot.
Any empty cars here that look like they still might have their keys in the ignition?
There's a black SUV. There are some other cars. None of them look like they've got the keys in the ignition, though. There are a couple of people, like, entering and leaving.
Can I boost one?
Okay. Make me a wits awareness roll.
What's awareness? Of course. 5 successes.
Perfect. The door on the black SUV is ajar.
I walk up to the black SUV and look inside.
Windows are all tinted. Do you want to open the door?
Yeah.
Okay. Meanwhile, Hassan, Katie.
Hackett Katie.
Hackett, Katie. Hackett, Thrasher. Sorry.
I was going to say, you keep saying Katie, and everyone's going to be like, she's a murderer for real.
Yeah. Thrasher's a lovely person. She's a streamer. Katie's awful.
Risa Thresher plays. You can catch me live weekly.
She's my favorite streamer. Out of all the people who stream on Twitch, she is easily the best one, and you shouldn't go see anyone else.
Yep.
Looks around at the other 3 streamers.
Right. Yep. Your Tesla pulls up. It's a woman in the front who kind of like lowers the window. Hello there. You wanna get in? I've got some water in the back. Anything else you can need or anything? Just let me know.
And he's sitting in the front.
Oh, of course.
He's never been in a Tesla before.
Oh, you're in for a treat today.
So I'll open the front door
Sure.
for him, and then I'm going to slide into the back.
Okay.
Like, it just kind of awkwardly crams himself in the car. Takes some water, not used to that. Like, wait, water on transport? This is great. Have to bring your own.
Yeah, most of the good cars have the water.
Yeah, there is mineral water, and then there's distilled water as well. Whichever you prefer.
It goes for distilled.
And then there's a
Oh, that's me.
Katie, Thresher. Your phone
not
is
me.
ringing.
Okay.
My
I thought
phone
that-
is
I thought it was
ringing?
My ringtone.
Your phone is ringing.
Can I just predict really quick? Before, is it going to be Dr. Rosalini? I'm going to lift my phone up and I'm like, is this Dr. Rosalini?
You look at the caller ID.
Yeah.
Mind Evolution officers.
I'm going to answer it.
Okay.
Hello?
This is the front desk. We've got the driver for Mr. Chester Marfont. Marfont is here. He said he's meant to be waiting for Mr. Marfont. Mr. Marfont hasn't came out of your offices. I noticed you did leave earlier, and the door's locked, so I can't let him in. Do you know where Mr. Marfont is?
Mindy was working with Mr. Marfront when I left.
Right. Okay.
Let me quickly text her if you'll just stay on the line.
It's okay. I've got the key. I can open up and go talk to her if she's up there.
Let me just text her because I know she's been trying to train to become a therapist. So let me.
Yeah, I know. She was telling me last night. We went on a date.
Yes, I was giving her some time to work with a client. Let me just text her. It'll be fine, and then this will save you a trip. If she doesn't reply in a few minutes, then you can go in. And so I'm going to pretend to text Mindy. And wait, give it a beat to be like, all right, what's a good amount of time?
Can you tell me about her? We only had 2 dates so far, but she seems nice.
She's a very sweet girl, isn't she?
Yeah. She was telling me about her brother. Terrible situation, I guess.
Yes, I think, has Mindy told, I probably haven't given her the time of day to tell me about her brother.
You have not asked.
I hope all that works out for her.
I guess he's not getting any better, so yeah. If she ends up going and becomes as rich and sells a book like you, I'm sure I'll probably be doing okay.
I have high hopes for her. I think she deserves it more than anyone.
Yeah, she seems like a sweet lass. Bit naive sometimes.
She tries her best. I know that her heart is always in the right place. Sometimes she's just right place, wrong time, Or wrong place, right time. You know how that goes.
Yeah. She was being a bit weird this morning. Was she okay with you?
She was a bit weird this morning. She seemed okay. She seemed a little out of it today. Did something happen?
Oh, she texted me saying she could hear whale song.
Oh.
You sent me a lot of whale emojis. I had to check the audio system in the building.
Oh, she said she thought she heard whales this morning. Sometimes that is a side effect of methamphetamine.
Wait, she's...
No, I've just noticed, sometimes when people take drugs, they notice things that aren't there. Did you notice, did she seem like she was a little agitated?
I mean, she seemed a bit confused. I thought I couldn't hear it. I mean, maybe, she left her headphones in or something again?
It's true. Sometimes, I think there might be a spa nearby that also maybe plays some,
Right, it could have been like the floor above or something.
So at this moment, I'm having a panic of, did I kill a mage? And also, what about her brother? And I'm trying to lay the breadcrumbs that Mindy may have been on drugs or something and
I got that.
Okay, I'm just making it clear. She texted. I guess she hasn't. And I start waffling through like, oh my God, do what? Because then they can check my phone records and see that it's not there. And then I'm like, but the day will reset. I got another notification. I'm sure it's fine. I told her to just work with Mr. Marfront. And how about you tell the driver to come back in a few hours' time?
I doubt he'll want to wait that long. I can certainly try.
Give me a call if they decide to not come back. Sometimes our sessions take some time. If you have a breakthrough with someone, you gotta sit down and get to the real nitty gritty of it,
Subterfuge manipulation.
Okay. 3.
Yeah, you're the one initiating this, I guess, so... Yeah. Sure, I'll give you a call. I'll go for it. Okay, try.
If not, give him my number and I'll talk to him.
Okay.
I have a feeling that Mindy must be just doing an excellent job.
I hope so. Have a good one.
Thank you, you too.
Hackett, you heard the entire Thresher's side of that conversation.
Yeah, I imagine that Hackett's put it together and is realizing that, like, we got a problem probably coming up here, and so we gotta keep moving. He's just gonna keep an eye on like how close we are to the depot, because once we're in there, we're probably safe.
Okay. Yeah. You're kind of just pulling up to the depot. Anywhere here? Just
here's good. Yep.
all right.
We can walk the rest of the way. Is that me?
No, that's Thrasher.
Oh no.
Okay, who is it?
Officers of Mind Evolution.
I'm gonna answer it. Hello.
Yeah. I talked to the driver. He's not going for it. He wants to just, look around, interrupt the session. He's meant to be picking Mr. Chester up. Mr. Marfont up. Mr. Marfont has apparently got a lecture he's meant to be giving. He was going to be late for it now.
Okay, I mean, that's not really...
well, he's tried calling Mr. Marfont and not answering.
Okay, I don't really know what to tell you about that. I don't...
I said I'd put him on for you. I'll hand him over.
All right,
You can tell
thank
him yourself.
you.
Yeah, sorry. Name's Ben. I'm just wondering what's going on. He's meant to be having a session with you. He's not answering his phone.
As I had an emergency call out, and Mindy took over and was working with him this afternoon, or this morning, rather.
Okay. Is he... Should have been finished by now. I'm meant to be picking him up. I was waiting outside.
Yes, like I told our wonderful security, sometimes when you have a breakthrough in a session, you just push through it and you keep working through it. So I'm assuming that is what happened.
Okay. Well, I'll hop in and knock on the door and remind him. If he wants to skip his lecture, then sure. But
well, I have to admit, he is your employer, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you normally interrupt him when he's working on things?
Well, sometimes he gets a bit carried away when he's with
his women.
Quite.
Well, does he need a
I believe
babysitter?
he does tend to lose track of time sometimes.
So you're a glorified babysitter for Chester.
I'm his driver and bodyguard, miss.
All right, and I have, from my experience with Chester, he's a strong man who I would assume knows his schedule and understands where he needs to be. And a lecture, of all things, I think he would not miss, so it must be very important that he's not there right now.
It could be he lost track of the time, miss.
Well, I guess you might know him better than me, but I've talked to him and I just think he's making a choice. Maybe he's deciding to not do his lecture today and he needs some more time to work on his growth.
Make a subterfuge manipulation roll. I'm going to put a -2 penalty in this, though, because this guy really thinks he's sus now.
Hackett's just watching this as like they begin to walk down the road, just like with interest and concern.
Why would he think I'm sus, though?
Because he knows Chester. Oh.
The only sleeper in the car. No. No.
That's the sleeper in the Tesla.
Wait.
Did you only we're out now, though. We left, didn't we? I thought we got out. And we're on the road.
Yeah, you've just got out the car. Okay, Miss Dr. Thresher. Thank you for your help and advice.
No, I don't think you're going to take it, but enjoy your day.
Sorry. This is a security guard again. You just hand the phone back. Everything okay?
I don't know. Hopefully everything's okay. I guess he's really concerned about Chester missing this lecture or something.
Oh, sorry. He's just gone up the stairwell. Can't come. 1 second. I'll be back.
I'm going to hang up.
Okay.
I'm going to hang up and I'm just going to start walking towards the Technocracy.
Okay.
You're lucky we're in a time
Instability.
loop.
You gotta take out your failures on sleepers nearby. Doesn't mean you need to kill them. It needs to be like equal to the task you're trying. Like if you're trying like to shoot someone, then yes, you would take out your failure on a sleeper. You might shoot them. But in this case, you are just kind of like socially talking to someone. The nearest sleeper is, of course, the driver, who's like, I hope you enjoyed the ride. Hopefully you give me 5 stars on the app. I've only just started this. I'm new and it'll be really helpful.
I'm just gonna turn to her, and it's like it's Teresa Thresher's face, but there's like a shadow almost cast over it. You could fuck off. I'm gonna start walking away from her.
Okay.
It's a good job we're in a time loop. You'd be in all sorts of trouble otherwise, as it is gonna make today slightly more awkward, but should be fine,
Is this just a giant way to torture me? Because I feel like this loop is a way to just torture me at this point.
I mean, you're the one who's apparently killed a guy.
Do you believe everything you hear? Do you get one of those gossip magazines and you just sit down and you're like, oh my god, they're dating?
Whose phone's that? Is that the ratio?
Crashes.
Is it Mind Evolution?
It's the Officers of Mind Evolution.
I would answer it.
Dr. Thresher, sorry, he kicked the door down. There's 2 bodies up there. You need to get back here really quick.
I mean, I'm gonna walk away from Hackett, and it's probably very. My face is straight, but my voice is like, "Oh my god, is everything okay? What do you mean 2 bodies?"
Mr. Marfont is there along with Mindy. It looks like she's. Look, you need to get back here really quick. I've called the police. They're on the way.
What happened? Did something happen?
They're dead. Manipulation, subterfuge roll. Oh, I love this.
Physical instability.
Anyone else in this game get a messy critical or instabilities very often?
Because you have twice as much quiet as everyone else.
I know, but it happens so much.
I have gotten 1 messy critical, which is why all of the SUVs turned black the other day.
I know, but I've had a messy critical every session multiple times.
I do keep refusing to acknowledge the existence of various things around me as we go.
Like
Yeah,
me.
so what about your character?
Honestly,
less
don't answer your
destructive.
phone.
It is less destructive than lashing out at the people around you.
The
Can
way
I, like, roll willpower at all, or will that not change anything?
You can choose to re-roll. So the instability is because you've got a 1 on the quiet dice. You can't re-roll quiet dice. And it only applies if you fail the roll. You haven't failed the roll. But the messy critical is because you've got 2 10s, any 10 of which is on a quiet dice, which you can't re-roll. But one of the 10s is on a normal dice. You can choose to re-roll that normal dice.
I'm just trying to think of what an instability and a messy critical will mean for the rest of
messy
this.
success is, although successful, it comes with a side effect. The character's callousness comes to the fore. Attempting to knock out an enemy kills them. Taking a drive shot hits pedestrians, blah, blah. In this case, it might be something like you convince this guy, like, you have no idea what's happening, and he just breaks down in tears and, like, has a nervous breakdown or similar.
You know what? I'm going to go with the spirit of this. And this is what the dice has wanted me to have today. So let's just see what happens with this nightmare
like,
roll.
You're just like, well, Mindy was a waste of space anyway, but like you could somehow your callousness comes to the fore.
Mm-hmm.
And like it's Mindy, you're callous about it.
Oh, you could say that Mindy's the murderer.
It could be that. You could be like, look, I know Mindy and Chester were like sleeping together, and I think like she got jealous that he was seeing other women. He talked about like other women at session. She must have been listening and eavesdropping.
Yeah, but the thing that my brain goes to is, as a therapist, if I knew that, I wouldn't leave them alone in a room together. But I am Dr. Thresher, and so because like I feel like then why would I have left them together alone if I had known that information? Because that could look messy for me.
True, but like how much messier compared to the current situation? Whichever way it is, it's callous. So like somehow it brings maybe like Mindy into disrepute here. Feel free to riff though.
The audience,
Okay.
you should know that instabilities and criticals have different results depending upon your quiet level. So a messy critical for me or for Hackett isn't necessarily as dramatic as a messy critical or instability is for Thresher.
I would have a moment of like taking a beat. So you're telling me that Mindy and Chester are dead?
Yeah.
I always knew she was a little unstable.
What are you saying?
You know how I said earlier that I thought she might be on meth? I think she must be on some sort of drugs or something because she literally was not acting like herself today, but I thought that everything was all right and she seemingly wanted to help Chester.
Gotta go. Get better as soon as you can.
I'll see what I can do.
Phone goes
And
down.
it's almost like, yeah, I would hang up and then my face just like nothing, but trying to be like, don't let Hackett see me. Don't let him see the sociopath. And I turn around and it's almost like I'm trying to like work up, like welling up some tears in my eyes. I have to go.
Hackett's looking at you with concern and a little bit of fear. Storms crossed.
Apparently, Mindy killed Chester. That's Katie saying that.
Do
Sorry.
I need to insight? Like, I've already been told she killed Chester earlier.
No. This is unless Katie really wants to go for a really difficult subterfuge role. You were privy to the entire conversation between her and Hackett earlier.
That's not earlier.
That's not earlier. God damn it!
We should pick two different letters.
Yeah, we didn't
You really
think about
should've.
it. Yeah.
I think I might try to subterfuge him.
Okay.
I want to see if I can at least keep a seed of doubt in his brain.
Okay.
Is it a huge buff to me or a huge nerf?
Huge buff to you.
Okay.
So subterfuge, manipulation, and wits insight. I'm gonna say with a +3 for Hackett.
Good, because
It's like you pretty much admitted to murder in front of Hassan.
But how?
You kind of like started to just accept it towards the end. You didn't fight him on it. It wasn't quite like automatic, but
Katie, by the way, I am sorry.
I feel like everything's unraveling.
I mean, we've only got 5 episodes left. Might as well, right?
Okay, I got 4 successes.
Damn.
Ooh.
Nice.
3
Unless you
successes.
want a willpower.
I'm willpowering it.
Okay.
Damn it!
The insight was the
I can't-
attacking thing here, I think. So you will need just one more success.
Okay, I like.
Katie can also try and willpower, but you'd be looking for multiple 10s. You wouldn't be able to re-roll the blank.
That makes it a crit.
Oh,
6.
right.
That's 6.
So that's 6, so it's a crit. Katie, do you want to try and fish for multiple 10s, or?
No, I don't think it's worth me wasting a willpower on it.
It's not gonna happen.
Yeah, as she says that, you noticed that her face changed as she turned. You were kind of just watching her from the side, and you could see the demeanor change. But at that point, before you can say anything, you're approached by what appears to be just a regular kind of railway worker in high-vis vest, hard hat, dungarees underneath. And if I could help you with, this is a rail depot. You're a little bit well kitted out to be here.
It's like Hackett shakes himself out of the moment that was going on there and turns and is like, actually, you can help me. I need to speak to Feneth Black. I have a code.
I'm sorry, I don't know who you're talking about. What is this code?
I'm gonna bring it up and read it out.
You read out like the 24 character long code.
It's
I think you should come with me, sir. Okay. Both of you?
Yes, she's with me.
All right, come this way.
I need to leave.
But maybe past that point. Is she allowed to leave?
Can I tell that he didn't believe me?
Do you want to
He was
try and hide
looking
from
at
her?
you with concern and fear. I think he wasn't trying to hide the fact that he was like, what the hell are you? What is happening?
It's like she's tried so hard to not like let anybody on, but also I think she's feeling a bit defeated at the moment. And so I'm going to go through what's the safest thing for me to do, and probably it is to be with the Technocracy versus being out in the world.
Make a intelligence technology roll.
Are you?
It's another messy critical for the MP3 listeners.
So, you realize that you really shouldn't be leaving your phone on if you're intending to get away from this. Just for this loop, obviously, because it will reset, but you should not have your phone on. However, with the messy critical, you realize that there is a slightly more useful way instead of just turning your phone off. Let the police just chase your phone for a while, and you look over at the Tesla, which is slowly kind of just turning around as the woman is parked up waiting for the next call. Would you go place it in the back seat, pretending you left something? Would that be a
Tell this
fair
lady to
message?
F off.
Yeah? I mean, it's not something that's probably going to cause you any huge issues, but it will definitely cause her issues, so...
Yeah, I mean, if my brain goes there, I'm just going to be like, I'll be right back. And then I'm going to walk over to the Tesla. I just wanted to apologize for how I acted earlier. I've had a very, very bad day. Here's a tip, and I'm going to pull out a 50 from my wallet and give it to her.
Sure, no problem.
I also think, I think I forgot something in the back. Can I just double check?
Oh, of course.
And I'll go in the back and pretend that I'm searching for something. Like, I can't tell if I lost an earring. I think, oh, here it is. And I'm going to shove my phone underneath the seat.
Okay, you do so.
Thank you. And have a good day. And I'm going to walk back over to Hackett.
Okay.
While that is happening, I do turn to this guy and say,
Yes, sir?
Are we skipping the part where you put like a black bag over my head or anything like that? This is quite urgent.
I'm not sure what you're talking about. I've got told I need to bring you in immediately.
All right, good. That's what we need. We need to talk to him urgently.
Is there a reason that we should put the bag over your head, sir?
I've known in the past some security guards can get a little bit overzealous.
We are on a heightened alert due to the operation.
Right.
This is Technocracy, right? Like, we can tell that it's an actual Technocracy operative.
Oh yeah, the guy's actually
Okay.
completely changed.
I just wasn't sure
Yeah,
it was a dude working at Webley, and we just didn't know. Okay.
Reality has changed so much that this is just an actual transport depot now.
That would be a hell of a twist if it's actually just the
You
janitor.
get
He's
there
like,
and they're
what are you
"Thank
talking
God,
about?
we need you to drive some trains.
We have
Okay.
no truck drivers. It's urgent.
Oh
Oh, 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 oh,
no! You look like you've just been punched in the. I'm not going to say it.
oof, oof, oof. I would give you a point of willpower back, but you haven't spent any.
No, I have. I spent one on the.
Take it back. You can have
Yeah.
that back.
We're
Okay.
patching in drama points, boys.
You're led. You're led into the depot. We cut back to Hassan, a little bit back in time. As Hassan, you open the door of the SUV over at Webley UCL campus. And let me
I
find...
come face to face with a gun.
As you look inside, It takes a second. The inside of the SUV splashes out around you as a red puddle forms around your feet and down your ankles. And as you look inside, you see a tracery. Make me a science or academics intelligence roll.
Yeah. That's what is happening. Academics intelligence, I'm assuming.
Yes.
That's a miracle. I'm going to
Wow.
willpower that.
Okay.
No
for the-
successes on 6 dice.
It's almost impressive. I kind of just want to keep it because it's that impressive, but I'm not going to.
Oh my god!
That's now 9 dice you've rolled nothing on. Okay. Inside.
You can just brain breaks. They're like, I blood.
I give up.
The blood flows out, and inside you just see like a tangle of like wires or webs or something. Like there is fine like bits just kind of all over, like a spider went to town inside the SUV. And you recoil, just kind of like as the blood stains your shoes, your socks, the bottom of your trousers, and starts to form into a large pool, which is growing around the SUV as it begins to flow further and further.
What the fuck happened? I just wave and yell in a direction.
Okay, yeah, the groundskeeper runs over.
I saw the door jar. I saw the door jar, and I saw the door. I saw the door jar.
Okay, let me find, because this is an NPC who's been around before. Jeffrey White. Here we go.
Hi, Jeffrey.
Oh god! Oh god! What the fuck? What's this? It's blood?
Yeah, that's blood, all right.
He puts his hand in and touches like all the cables, and like some of them come away in his hand, kind of crisscrossing it with like a red pattern.
Call 999.
Yeah. He starts to run away. Where's the music stopped?
Can I do an investigation check?
Investigation, intelligence? Sure.
I worked it out. There was a 0.2% chance of all of those dice being fails.
Could have been worse. Could have been an instability. 3. Okay. You see no sign of any sort of bullet or stab or any damage to the SUV itself. There is no sign that the SUV has been damaged in any way. None of the tinted windows are broken. The only thing different is the door is ajar. It was ajar, at least.
Here's a question. Is there any bodies, or is it just blood?
You don't see any bodies.
For fuck's sake. Something paradoxical. Fuck. And he can see it too. This is not good. This is not fucking good. I take a couple steps back and I wait for hopefully it to vanish. It's probably not going to, though. I take a couple pictures with my phone as surreptitiously as possible. I'm not going to turn the flash on. And I send them to Hackett. Walked to the campus. The normal SUV, well, this has happened to it.
Okay. Hackett, as you're about to walk into the depot, you get this.
I just bring up my phone and I'm like, Jesus Christ. Look at this, and I show it to Thresher.
What happened?
That's one
What
of
is that?
That's one of the Technocracy SUVs.
I'm gonna like do the pinch zoom thing on it. Start like looking at the.
It's like a Nokia brick. Nothing happens.
Yep.
It's like tiny. I've got to like
Wait.
press a button to like zoom
No.
incrementally.
You can't. As soon as you try and send that to Hackett's phone,
Yeah.
it's
Does
a
it not
Nokia
even support
3410.
images? Damn it.
yeah.
I had a Nokia that had images, but it might have been a later model.
No, Nokia 3410, it'll tell you of an image, and then it'll try and direct you to a pixel
Okay,
version
never
of it on a
mind. What
website, which
happens
won't
is
work.
Hackett's like, oh, for God's sake.
Yep.
Sent me an image. This thing doesn't do images.
Yep.
I'm sure they have like
you can text him and tell him to email it to you, and you can ask someone if you can borrow the laptop, but that's about all you can do on a Nokia 3410.
Yeah, I'm gonna send bags like this crappy phone can't do this, and then I look over at Thresh and I'm like, wait, where's your phone?
He didn't text me. I just say that assuming that I didn't get a message.
I'm just like, you
Apparently,
gotta
I'm
send it
not on the text list
Yeah,
anymore.
I'm just like,
so.
you gotta send it to Thresher. I can't. This phone's useless.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I'm actually literally sending it to Thresher as well, thinking, no, you know what? It's important enough.
I'm here typing by like pressing the number buttons repeatedly. Like, wow, this takes me back.
So when he's doing that, I'm going to try to get us inside as fast as possible because I don't have my phone. Are there guards or like anybody that I can like go up to and start interacting?
Yeah. As you're walking forwards, you do notice a couple of very heavily armed guys in black armor stepping out of one of the nearby sheds and kind of like motioning you in, like looking around. Their guns are up. They're not pointing at you, but they are very much on alert. Like this is
So-
very high alert.
We can come in now. Is okay. And I'm
Get
just going to
inside quickly.
Come, we gotta go,
Thank you.
Hackett. I'm just gonna like wave him in.
Okay.
Yeah, Haggett's gonna keep moving.
Okay. You get inside.
Yeah, are we like lit somewhere, or
Inside.
are we just?
This is like another big empty shed next to the one you're in last time, but this one is completely different. It is well lit. There are portable floodlights that have been put up. Not floodlights, but like big kind of global illumination bulbs that are kind of giving you a nice even light. There are several work terminals around, and you can see boxes and boxes at the back that haven't actually been like unloaded yet. Big kind of plastic military style containers designed to take impacts. Several of them are unloaded and people are still setting up more computers. And you can hear like someone talking over the other side of the room.
Is this the one? Yep. Team 2 is down. Team 2 is down. We can't get hold of them.
What's going on?
I don't know. Someone's just called in a 999 call from the area.
Patch me in.
I don't know what's happening. There's just blood inside. We need to send someone.
Jeffrey,
Stay
just
on the
give it to
line.
me. I can describe it.
Okay. I'll hand you over to this. Okay. You're on.
Hello. Yes. I saw the
Use
car
however
door.
you see, sir.
Yes, I saw the car door to a black SUV open. I was concerned, so I looked inside. The plate number is. I read out the plate number.
Wait, that's Hassan's voice. The hell was he
Okay. If
sending
you
us?
just stay there, we'll have officers on the scene immediately.
There's blood inside of it, a thick pool of blood, about an inch thick. There's no bodies inside. Cabling, wiring, looks like a tracery.
Okay. We'll send someone immediately. We're just dealing with another incident right now. We'll have someone there as soon as we can.
Of course. Wait, am I speaking to Feneth Black?
What?
Am I speaking to Feneth Black?
No, sir. My name's Jim. Yeah, my name's Jim Gordon.
Why does that name sound familiar?
It doesn't no. Yeah, my name's I'm terrible at names today, apparently.
Jim Gordon.
Hawthorne. Jim Hawthorne.
Jim Hawthorne. Well, Mr. Hawthorne, if you find an Officer Black, can you deliver him the following message for me? It's written inside the car.
Sure, okay.
And I give out the code this time.
Okay, I'll let any Officer Jim Hawthorne know.
No, Officer Feneth
Sorry,
Black. You're
Officer
Jim.
Feneth Black. I'm Jim Hawthorne. That's right. Officer Feneth Black. I'll let them know.
Thank you. Now I call up Hackett.
No, you get called immediately.
Hello?
We on the other side of the room watch as someone is like, call that number immediately.
Yeah, you in the room are like, call him now, get them over here. And you see Kenneth Black, otherwise known as C-3PO to you, turn round, voice changer not on, hook up a handset, and call through to Hassan.
Tell him his friends are here, that's us.
Hi, this is Kenneth Black.
Yes.
Your friends are here. They said to call you. What happened to our team?
This is former agent Moonlight. Your team is looking like it's dead. Riyadh Hassan, look it up. I'll probably flag about 12 times.
There's also speaker, so you will hear this.
Moonlight isn't even a bad nickname.
It is when you're married to a werewolf.
Why wouldn't he tell us that?
I should bring you up to speed on a couple of key things.
Can you get to Webley South Transport Depot?
Yes, I can.
Get her immediately, come unarmed.
I have my cane, but nothing else. There's another thing that's probably of concern. Is Dr. Teresa Thresher there?
One of you, Dr. Teresa Thresher.
That's me. I'll put my hand up.
Look her up. She's here.
Can you tell her that I unfortunately cannot make it to her office, and whatever's happening there is...
She can hear
I'm
you.
sorry.
It's fine. It's I'll fill you in when you get here.
Understood.
From his phone.
Oh, and I sent images to Hackett.
I can't see them.
It's okay, we have the contents of your phone already, Hassan.
Yeah, of course you do. I forgot. Right, I'll make my way over there.
He turns round as a huge display on the wall just suddenly flicks up an image reel. Do you have any nudes of Lyle?
Oh no.
Lyle's an NPC. I'd leave that up to you.
Okay, yeah, it flicks through several images, including some very candid shots of a quite hairy but good-looking Irishman, until it ends up showing the inside of a car. It's a black SUV, the door open,
away, and then I'm like, oh god.
red everywhere, staining like the seats completely, so much so that you can barely see the original coloring. The actual bottom has wicked all the blood up to the point where it's actually soaked up further up than reasonably should have. Blood, you can see, is kind of poured out and is trickling out of the car. And you can see this tracery, like almost fine cables or webs spread throughout the car. Both of you can make me an academics or a science intelligence roll. Science would be slightly better.
Okay, does chemistry matter here?
Chemistry will not.
Didn't think so. It's worth a shot.
There's a couple normal pictures in there too, I imagine. One of like a cafe in Leeds, one of a dog.
There's a couple of like images of like a book that you were taking for like slides or whatever.
Yeah.
Both of you recognize that those are nerve fibers and blood vessels, seemingly just from multiple different people spread around the car, all over it.
Why didn't you have us roll medicine? Okay.
Oh, yeah, that would also have worked. I would have accepted the medicine roll as well in hindsight. Hackett. There's probably several people in there. You can kind of see some of the thicker blood vessels. And you can kind of see just in the back of the car, in the center, a few organs. You can kind of see what is just out of sight in the back. A few brains. Hearts as the center of this web.
The situation is developing more rapidly than we thought. I need
Did
to bring
they
you up to speed,
explode?
sir. Looks like it to me.
Looking at it, that's all very finely placed. Carefully construed webs, all in a very kind of spread out pattern.
Because I have murdered people before, can I do a medicine roll to see if I notice any interesting patterns?
Medicine it?
I like this, how with Hackett, he's like, looks like a dead guy to me, whereas Thrasher's like, no, I've seen dead people before, I've made a
seen
few.
dead
It's
people.
like, no, this is artistic. I need to study this.
Can I do an occult check to find a paradoxical reason for this?
They could. You,
I failed that badly. Yeah, I got it.
yeah, you fell so badly.
It's fine.
You didn't recognize them as people. Medicine 2. From what you can tell, it seems like those are all nerve fibers and blood vessels of pretty much, maybe entirely everyone. You'd have to look up properly. You've just got a still image. But it looks like that's the entirety of several people there. And they aren't seemingly damaged. There's one area where like someone's hand has removed a few, but that is a very fine tracer filling the entire thing. Several of them seem to have snapped when the door was opened, like they'd been attached to all the points in the car. In terms of a pattern, you don't notice one, but it does seem very evenly spread out.
It looks like art in a way, doesn't it? It looks like everything has a place and that it was meant to be there. It doesn't look like someone just went kapooey inside of a car. It looks like it was laid out.
What the fuck?
Doesn't it? Like, and I'll go up to the screen and start pointing at things that look like.
And I don't like what that implies.
Well, what does it imply?
I know more intelligence than we would have liked. We already knew we were dealing with something relatively smart.
What's going on?
Right, yes, I need to update you. Winterbear is compromised.
We were just waiting for Winterbear. You should have been here by now.
He won't get here, he's gone. We don't know where, but it's very urgent that you find him. The possibility is that the creature got to him. You probably already know this isn't the first loop. This is loop 5, I believe. The creature that's going to land, it landed in the first loop, it escaped. It's operating outside the loop, like Winterbear was meant to.
Voyager's here already.
Well, no, but it was. And then we looped. When we looped, Voyager went back up into space. It's going to land here at 10 p.m. in Oldfield Heath, but there's going to be nothing in there.
Who are you? Why do you have author, therapist Teresa Thresher?
We are what you like to refer to as reality deviants. We're here to help because this affects all of us.
Yes, I'm aware that you're undercover agents of the Technocracy. Your code validated that.
We got that code from you in a previous loop.
Wait,
we're not associated with you at all.
You're actually reality deviants.
No, we just got caught up in this. When you activated the save point protocol, the three of us, the two of us.
That code is for agents coming in from the cold. I gave that to you?
Yep.
Make a persuasion charisma roll.
Oh no. Do I get any
Thresher,
bonuses?
you can do the same. You're kind of together in this.
Okay.
I'm no longer on the phone.
My persuasion charisma is absolute garbage.
Well, maybe this is my time to shine.
Can I just... Okay, good.
Didn't messy crit. I still need you to roll though, because you are involved in this conversation.
I'm gonna roll. I got a 1 on the 1 dice I rolled.
I was really hoping you'd pretend he didn't exist.
Oh, Christ.
You're like, where's Fennis Black? Bring me Fennis Black.
Crap, he must have died in the loop. I knew this would happen. Now we don't have a working code.
I guess if I gave you this code in a previous loop, then that's important. Winterbear's compromised?
Yep. The best guess that we could put together, us and you in the previous loop, was that the creature that's hitchhiking on Voyager landed in the first loop, escaped it, probably found Winterbear, and used Winterbear's immunity to the save point to survive multiple. What we're guessing, we can't be sure, is that now at the beginning of each loop, the creature is just appearing in Winterbear's body on the M25. And it makes sense that your team over at UCL has just been destroyed, because they would be the nearest ones to him when he arrives.
That means the save point protocol is just reviving the entity every loop in Winterbear's body.
Yeah. There's more. The save point isn't reviving people that die. That team that just died, they're going to stay dead. They're not going to come back next time. You're gonna just have an empty SUV in the parking lot, and it's gonna make complete sense to you that that's the case. Those people will never have existed.
Doing that. There's only.
That's the problem.
8 of
We'll
us
have a
left.
certain number of loops. We tried to see if we could catch Winter Bear on this loop, but we weren't quick enough. We're hoping we can do better next time, if there is a next time.
We've only got one roving team then.
That puts you down to 1? Oh no.
We had 2, so.
You probably had like 4 originally, and you just keep having less each time.
Also, the world's kind of breaking. There were whales in the sky earlier that tried to crush us.
Yes, I don't know if that
We
will have been
did note
detected
that.
by... Okay. I'm not sure how much the sleepers are able to... sorry, I would say unenlightened. Well, I'm sure how much the unenlightened would notice it, though. I do remember you mentioned one of your friends spotted it, Thresher, so let's have to think about that later. Avery would have known.
Were they some sort of supernatural entity? Were they possibly one of your pupils about to become a deviant?
Not mine.
Can we
Sorry
come up
about
with a different
Marcus.
word than deviant?
Sorry, four of my colleagues just died. Mages.
Don't worry, I died a couple loops back.
I just found
Sorry.
out about someone being maybe awakened that I didn't know.
It could have been that they were about to awaken. People on the cusp of awakening, normally weird events they see through and it can start an awakening.
Well, she apparently heard whales, but she's no longer alive, so I don't know that that's going to really help us.
Okay.
But
And
that means, and I look over at Hackett, will she wake up inside of somebody else?
no, the save point protocol was initiated on the first loop. It only happens once.
Yeah, if she's in the loop, she's in the loop. If she's not, she's not.
And I'm
Okay.
sorry, Dr. Hackett, you probably know already, your previous life will not exist then in that case.
Yep, I've noticed.
I'm sorry for what's happened to you. Meanwhile, over at
Let's run to
UCL,
the bridge.
Hassan, you just got over the phone. What are you doing?
They're like, we've got all your pictures. I double check if there's anything compromising my pictures. I get distracted by an image of Lyle. I then try and call Hackett.
Doesn't go through.
Fuck. Jeffrey, I need a vehicle. The police want to see me right away.
Make a manipulation subterfuge roll.
Could it be charisma subterfuge? Please.
No,
Kind
it's
of ruse
manipulation
that could
subterfuge.
only work on someone who's currently dealing with a car full of blood and nerves.
Yep.
2 successes. I have specialty in lying.
Impeccable lies. I'm not sure this is an impeccable lie so much as a sly comment.
I just pulled this straight out of the
You're initiating this though, so unless he crit, yeah. Okay. Take my car. I mean, yeah. The police station's just over there. I mean, you could probably walk there quicker.
They want to see me somewhere off-site for some reason. Apparently, it's that serious.
Bloody looks serious. Take my car, and he hands you like some keys with a really faded like Volvo tag on it.
Good.
And it's over there.
Good man, Jeffrey. Oh,
No, wait, what am I saying? Jeffrey is way too poor to have a car. He hands you a key to a bike lock. Take my bike, it's chained up over there.
okay. Tell security what happened, and tell them that I've been called into the police. So, obviously, classes are cancelled, I suppose. Right.
Yeah, okay.
Jeffrey. You're a good man.
Are you?
Just keep your head about you. And I grab the bike, groan a little bit, grab on it, place the cane over my lap, and start biking.
Okay. Put the cane on your lap, and you kind of got this basket on the front, and kind of a bit shoddy, but you start going.
Does it have a bell?
I feel like as he rounds the corner on the bike, Jeffrey's like, "Wait, the police are coming here."
Okay. So. Meanwhile, in the Technocracy base, you hear one of them say, "So, we've got someone on the police band. You should hear it."
Yep, this is Patrol Car 5. We need a full medical team. We need CSI. We need Socko at Mind Evolution. This is Mind Evolution over on the Webley Science State over in South Guild, and we've got 2 dead. Looks like stabbing. One of the drives here says the male is named Chester Marfont. Looks like he was stabbed repeatedly with a letter opener. And there's the boyfriend of Mindy Long has identified the other young woman. She has the letter opener in her hand. This is a mess.
I'm just looking at Thresher.
I would
and
say
Black turns
in her
around, he
hand.
was like, "Did this happen in the first loop?
No.
This is new then. When did
But
you
we
leave?"
just found out
It's
that she was
unrelated.
awake.
It's unrelated to the current situation. There's other things going on, unfortunately, that are getting in the way of things that look at Thresher.
You know what? It's not my fault that trouble follows me. Okay.
But the important thing is that you don't need to worry at all about the Voyager landing. There's not going to be anything on it. It's just going to be a wreckage that's empty. Focus all your resources on trying to locate Winterbear. It's your best bet.
Well, the last note we had on Winterbear was that he was south of UCLC South on the M25.
Do you know what car he was in?
Yes, we have brings up number plate, model, license, everything on the car.
I study it and memorize it, and I gesture for Thresher too as well.
Do you have a tracker on him? Do you inject chips into your people?
Too easy to be compromised.
But do you do it?
Yes.
So, our Mr. Winterbear has a chip in him?
I don't have the authority to activate that.
Well, maybe you should get the authority to activate that.
I don't have anyone to contact.
There's no workaround. Do you have any hackers here? Someone who could sit down and work on a firewall or something?
Looks over at the individual you know as Anna Smith standing in the corner next to the computer, who was just moments ago kind of just unpacking it.
Are you the tech person? Anna,
Yes.
right? It's Anna Smith.
No. Amelia.
So wait, did I know her as Anna though?
Yeah, you definitely knew her as Anna. That's
She
where she
lied
introduced
to
you
you,
to.
Okay, oh, she lied to me.
Yeah, she
My
introduced
brain's
herself
going
as
like-
a police officer.
Amelia, okay.
That's the alien! Just...
I'm gonna walk over to her and hack the chip on Winterbear.
Okay, it won't be that easy. The safeguards in Technocracy technology is very advanced, as you should know. As you might know.
Yes, I know how difficult it could be, but I have full confidence that she'll be able to do it.
Give it a try. It might be the only thing we've got. Yes, sir.
Fact is, you're losing ground every loop. This is the time to try all the last ditches immediately. And I realize that this is a very sudden development, but from our perspective, this has been going on for a week.
We only have the one tech specialist. We were deployed very short-handed.
Don't let her out. Let her stay here. She shouldn't go out.
Yes, remember, if anyone dies, they stay dead.
How many people did we deploy with originally?
I have no idea. We didn't get in proper contact with you for the first few loops.
I will say the first time that they met me at Oldfield Heath, there were a lot of them.
Good.
Imagine
Okay.
the numbers were a lot closer to what you would expect for an operation of this kind.
Can I ask why the music is kind of happy-go-lucky right now? Can I like do some sort of like mind check or something to be like, why on earth is this just like, hey y'all, let's go to the farmer's market music?
Because we're playing Animal Crossing.
Make a mind wits roll. I will need a lot of successes.
No whammies. 3 success?
Hmm.
But it is upbeat. You're right. Like something now has something. Something's pleased. Something's happy. I don't know. But it's definitely upbeat.
I'm gonna turn to Hackett. The music. I get really intense and lean in. It's
a little bit-
like peppy.
It's a bit strange for the situation, yeah?
Too peppy. It's better than the Star Spangled Banner, but like, why? Why now?
So far it has kept relevant. Oh, no, okay.
Oh,
You had to bring it up,
is it because I thought about it?
maybe.
Okay, let me see. What's another one that
I turned to
plays?
Venom Black, I'm like, have you been detecting any music? You said you detected the whales before.
Detecting music.
You said
What do you mean?
You said you had indications of whales in the sky that we mentioned before.
Well, yes, but how do you mean detecting music?
We can
What should
hear
we be looking
music.
at?
We could see the whales before.
You can hear music.
It's coming from inside our brains.
We're trying to work out if it's a side effect of strain being put on the save point machine or if it's something to do with the entity.
The save point machine is done. It's a one-shot device.
It's not working right. I mean, we told you that when we first got here, right? It's not working.
Yeah, it's not properly preserving bodies, though the other functions seeming to remain correct.
But no, it operates completely fine. Every time the loop starts, I'm the one in charge of pulling my finger away from the button. I literally just pressed it.
Well, yes, but in reality it's been operating for 6 days and time has passed. We suspect that on the first loop it might have been compromised. Or possibly
No,
it's
it was.
operating
I remember it.
normally.
It was working perfectly fine. I did the checks myself.
Check again.
Okay. And with that, he's like leaves you to it and is like, I'll leave the team in here.
Perhaps we
Help
should
in any
come
way
with
you
you and
can.
take a look at it ourselves.
Very well. Should the worst happen, make sure the device remains intact.
What happens if you don't survive a loop? Do you not push the button then?
I've already pushed the button.
I would guess that he pushes the button, at that moment the save is made, and so him pulling his finger away from the button and him simply no longer existing would achieve the same effect of the button press having already been completed.
Something I really want to think about, but I believe Dr. Hackett is right. We have a file on you, it seems. Mostly on your predecessor.
Yes, I like to keep to my own business. But now this has become my business.
Well, I'm sorry that he is dead. He was one of our best agents.
And now in a
With that,
reality
we
where
go to
he
a
had no
break.
friends when he died.
Okay, we're going to go to a break.
Okay. We'll
On a
grab
sad
snacks,
note.
we'll be back soon. See you then.
Somebody find that vintage love. I kept on looking, but everyone's such a bore. And out of a sudden, you came through the door.
We're back. I pressed all the right buttons this time. They're not muted.
Your Britishism for today is SOCO, which stands for Scene of Crime Officer, which is the forensic evidence.
Hold on, where's
So-
my notebook?
I missed what he said at the end before the break, and then as we were going to break, I'm like, why has everyone gone really quiet? This is weird. I'm just going to go to break now.
And also, I missed something because we never deleted that he was suspect Technocracy off his character sheet. So when he was talking to the Technocracy, I was like, oh, we have a file on you. And I'm like, wait, no, they don't. You got deleted. So
I don't
we've
exist.
removed that from the character sheet.
There is no file on Hackett because there is no Hackett anymore.
So replay the very
It's just
last
an old
few
woman
seconds
looking
of that.
like Hackett and thinking like Hackett.
Yeah. So like they see your etheriscope and stuff. And let me pull up the right thing.
They probably think I'm Robert Pilkin, or maybe they don't because they
Like-
know he's dead.
Oh, did you know Robert Pilkin then? Oh, he was one of our best agents. Goes
He w-
outside.
What?
Coming.
Your mentor was Technocracy. The big bad was your mentor.
Robert
that can't
Pilkin
be
didn't
right.
have. Sorry, you've been.
He did, I've been erased
correct.
from existence. He
Yep.
did teach me. Now he died alone. But he worked for you.
Yes. He was our double agent.
Oh my god.
He was in charge of trying to bring the Technocracy and the traditions together in the area.
Bring them
He died
together.
during the.
We do not have time to delve into the history of the Sons of Ether and Technocracy right now.
Well, it was trying to mitigate the inevitable circumstances that would lead us to being head-to-head and... I'm sure you know.
The inevitable circumstances already went and evited, or whatever you'd call it. Let's go look at the time machine thing.
Did you not know that he was
Of course I didn't
Technocracy?
know. The Technocracy kicked out the Sons of Ether.
Oh, yes,
Apparently
about 100
not.
years ago.
Oh,
And
they've
the,
changed-
and the Sons of Ether technically left. I realize that it's far more in depth than that. But that was about
Yes,
100
that's a-
years ago. Things change.
Incredible reduction. We have to focus on other things right now.
That's what he died doing.
Oh,
Let's look at the machine first, and we'll work it out. Probably by midnight, we'll have run out of things to do except wait for the next loop, and then we can talk about what the hell happened at Yorick Park. Since no one will tell me, but you might actually tell me.
I mean, you've got the clearance now, I guess. I gave it to you.
Suppose so.
it seems to me that Dr. Hackett, you have a lot of secrets, but it's always secrets that you don't know about yourself. Just surround
Better
you.
than your kind of secrets.
I know you're upset. I mean, first your mentor was murdered, but also now you know they work for the Technocracy, or used to at the very least.
Okay, so you don't know her background.
Wait, whose background?
Excuse me?
He gestures at Hackett and then gestures at Thrasher. You don't know her background.
You mean I don't. We hadn't met till this happened. That's what you're talking about.
Oh, right. Okay.
Don't tell me she's also a secret Technocracy agent as well. Is everyone a secret Technocracy agent? Am I the only person in London who isn't working for the Technocracy?
I don't work for the Technocracy. I'm just very confused by what you mean by my background.
Your practice in New York.
I'm talking about your secrets. Which
What,
aren't
that I
very
help
good
people?
at keeping secret, by the way.
Sure. You hadn't met until this all started.
No.
He looks very sidelong at Thrasher.
Anything I should know?
Yes, she is not a fan of the Technocracy, but she is very good at her job. And she has a very respected practice in New York.
I look at Hackett with like a smug, kind of like a half smile. But when he says that, can I tell that he's holding back?
Insight wits.
I'll chuck that in there too. Let's have a...
Feel free.
You just see the words that he doesn't say that are just like,
I'm on a
also
bike.
a known murderer. I got a 1 and an instability.
Ah, messy crit.
Okay,
It's a
so
very messy crit.
Thrasher, there are no sleepers around, so you can't take this out on anyone. So it doesn't do anything. It's just not applicable in this situation. I need to make a subterfuge roll. Oh,
Oh dear.
Hackett.
Mm-hmm.
What could fail to exist to you in this scene? Which is the subject of this? Thrasher. Thrasher stops existing to you.
We're wasting enough time. Let's look at this machine.
Thrasher with 6 successes. 100%. And he knows that you know. He knows your background. He's pulled up your file, apparently. And he's figured out enough. Especially based on what was discussed on the police radio. But, because you said you don't know Hackett until today, he doesn't want to break your group dynamic because it would not be in the interest of solving the situation. You 100% know that he's just trying to back you up because he does not want to break the team.
C-3PO's growing on me, y'all. So I feel like I would give him a look of like, not a thank you, but a knowing acknowledgement of what he did.
There's a ever so faint scowl, but a nod. Like, he doesn't approve, but job. This is far more important than anything else. You can just
Hey.
tell that immediately. Hackett, you didn't notice any of that because there's no one there to nod to. You're led towards what appears to be a giant, like, long container on big wheels set into a railway track that is backed into a shed. And as he goes up to the side, just puts his hand up to one section. A metal panel that was completely invisible before as being a separate section just kind of shifts forwards a few inches and then down, revealing a very futuristic kind of LED display with like little gizmos that are kind of ticking and like a charge bar and numbers and bits of code just occasionally flickering on the screen, along with a little keypad below.
Does this structure remain constant throughout the loops?
What do you mean? In what aspect?
Like, the machine is gonna be outside the actual loops itself, right? Like how our minds are protected, though our bodies reset. This structure would be protected, right?
I haven't read the manual yet, so that's meant to be for an
Oh
enlightened...
yeah, you spend some of the day reading it when you realize Winterbear doesn't show up.
I
You
was
hit a
planning
button on
to.
something you didn't read the manual for?
The manual for this is several thousand pages long.
I know, but is there nobody on your team who like knows this information right out the gate? Maybe sat down in case something like this came up?
I'm guessing not anymore. This is a new device. It's only just been deployed here. This is the first field testing of it.
Well, there's some definite bug reports to submit when all this is over.
I can start reading the manual now. It'll take me a few hours.
I think the most important thing to know right now is if someone altered the machine in one loop, would it remain throughout all the loops, or would the alterations need to be made again?
I can check. That'll be in the basic information. That's
very
only
much
a
hope-
few dozen pages.
I very much hope it's the second one. If it's the second one, it means that the thing always has to come here. Otherwise,
Okay.
it's got all the Webley to explore. We'll never find it.
Well, something
I
that
make-
important will be in the...
Can I make heads or tails of this? Is this anything that I might have any?
Science intelligence.
Okay.
The DC is quite high.
I don't think this is going to... Got one success.
No idea.
I'm going to lean into Hackett. Do you know what this stuff is? As I gesture to all of the bobs and the...
Haggett just keeps staring at the buttons and things and like leaning in and kind of trying to make heads or tails of it.
You
I'll
may
take
make a
that as
science
a
intelligence
no.
roll if you want.
Me?
No, he can.
What,
Okay.
what was it?
You can make a science intelligence roll if you want.
Okay,
The DC is rather high.
sure. Yeah, crit. 5.
5. Looking at it, it's telling you that it was triggered like a few hours ago. Tells you how long it's been active for. Has a status report on the save point protocol, which has been activated successfully. It's reporting a slightly higher than anticipated power drain. Beyond that, it's just a countdown.
It's reading out as if been activated for the first time. And the way you can tell this has actually been running longer is because of the power drain. Vex having to struggle harder to maintain what's becoming more and more paradoxical over time.
As you go through and actually start going through the menus, you notice that there is a slightly higher than normal power drain from the save point protocol. It's not an ongoing drain, but it was issued and seems to be draining faster than expected. But again, the device doesn't really tell you how much is meant to be draining. It just says this is higher than anticipated. Probably because it's kind of very beta-y, so it doesn't have reasons for that. It also tells you that the reserve of primal energy is somewhat lower than max capacity, but it also doesn't say if it was deployed with max capacity or not.
Hacker guesses that it was. We get a rough gauge of how long we have with this thing, but I don't think we want to play out the full limits of what this can do.
With 5, you'll also note that there is an override to turn it off. But you haven't gone through the process. You don't know if it's coded or gene locked or anything, but you know that there is an override. You find it in one of the menus.
I could just hit that button and end it, but that might end up in the destruction of humanity. Technocracy, myself. Maybe erase from existence instantly. May return to my old body and my existence was never gone. Probably not that one, unfortunately. It's a nuclear option. At least it allows us to bring in bigger guns.
Can I do a entropy sense on this thing?
Okay, yeah, sure. Entropy
This
away.
definitely seems like Hackett muttering to himself and any like Technocracy people that are in earshot rather than to Thresher.
4 success?
Oh damn. Success on all dice.
You can tell that there is something kind of strange about the metal in front of you. Like, a lot of entropy is being removed from it. You'd expect different spin, different, small cracks of slight bits of decay, impurities, stuff that would normally show up as kind of a little bit of entropy, just a bit of fluctuations of probability in front of you. You wouldn't know the exact details because that's more matter or forces, but you'd know that it would kind of be a little bit more chaotic. But the metal sheet in front of you, the surroundings of this device, is very ordered, which probably is intended. It's probably designed to be as bomb-proof as possible. which would mean they'd removed any chance of anything being slightly broken. The entire thing seems to have been probably wiped, not by a super powerful entropy mage, but someone has gone along and tried to remove any chance of random failure at a low level. Powerful entropy mage can still overcome it.
I would look over at Kenneth. Do you know who built this?
It was designed on the plans of one of the higher ups. I believe he's in charge of most of Europe for the NCP.
Is he a deviant?
No, he's an enlightened. He's what you would call the equivalent of your mages. Yes.
Okay, what's his name?
Pulls up a slate and looks through the top of the manual. Dr. Roger Graham.
Have you heard of him? And I kind of knock Hackett's shoulder.
It just kind of sways a bit with the movement, but just keeps
Knowing how
staring
big
at
you
the
are,
machine.
you don't even sway.
Yeah, I probably just I don't move. I just keep staring at the machine.
Yeah. Have you heard
Yes,
of
he's-
Dr. Roger Graham?
Have I?
Have I heard of
Probably
Dr.
not.
Roger Graham?
None of you have heard of Dr. Roger Graham.
Doesn't ring a bell.
Hassan, you'll have got to the site, presuming that you'll have just identified yourself. Someone will have brought you straight to this group now. Unless you want to do anything different.
No, that seems fine.
Hassan, you walk in, note them at this big train car. Tiny little panel. With blanks there.
Is it like I remember?
This is the outside of it, so it is not how you remember. But it would roughly be the right dimensions, yes.
Doors open?
Into the inside of it, no.
Yeah. I knock on the
There's
door.
just a small panel. Oh,
Oh,
wait. You are in the shed itself. You can see these people at the train car, but there is no door into the train car that you can see.
Oh, okay. I fiddle with the panel.
Okay, you push past them and you go up to the panel. Make a science
here.
intelligence roll.
Careful, there is a button to turn it off, which I don't think we want to hit.
Hassan.
Mm-hmm.
Kenneth Black
We've
looks
had
at
this
you.
thing before. Can we skip to the part where you're fine with working together?
In the interest of that, yes.
So potential imminent death might not exist in future
One,
loops,
one,
etc.,
just
etc.
one moment, Hackett. For success. Let me just fiddle with this for a second. I won't turn.
You look through, you can kind of make out what I discussed earlier with Bentham, to an extent. You don't necessarily find that there is a way to disable it or anything, because that's kind of hidden in the settings. But everything else, you get the gist of.
No override?
No, there is, and I lean in and press some buttons. I'm like, it's in
Since
this thing
looking
here.
through the manual real quick, you show him there is an override section that's deep in one of the
Oh.
menus.
Handy.
Effectively a system override. It's not meant to be used that way, but it can be.
The one main argument for overriding at the moment is the fact that the creature hasn't tried it, presumably.
Who made this thing?
Someone
Dr.
called
Roger
Robert-
Graham.
Yeah, something Graham, Roger.
You don't say, oh yeah, you don't hear her, you continue. Yeah. Dr. Roger
One
Graham,
one person at a time, please. Roger Graham?
That
That's
was
what
it.
he told me.
Yes?
Oh, for one person at a time, please.
You know the
Sorry.
You know the guy?
Yes, I know the guy. He hates my guts.
Oh,
With reason.
great. I mean, that seems like a relatively common occurrence.
Hackett, I swear to good God.
Well, every time you
Not
walk
the
in
time.
here, everyone's like, oh, I guess we'll have to work together because we'll die otherwise.
Also,
All
you
right.
should know, Dr. Hassan, that his mentor, and I point to Hackett, was Technocracy. Did you know that?
I did not know that, but it surprises me none.
Trying to keep everybody on the same page.
Maybe in
poking
the
at
interest of team unity, we put that aside.
Well, one of us is Technocracy, one of us was raised by Technocracy, and the other one of us is Thresher, so I think we're all fine.
Things to deal with at some future time.
Yeah. Wait, hold on, you talk at the same time. Not again.
For now, I'm wondering if there's something going on with...
Hackett.
What?
He's super focused. I don't understand. He's
What
trying
is
to
it?
figure
I'm
out
trying
the
to...
doohickey.
Dr. Teresa Thresher, ever heard of her?
Have I heard of Dr. Teresa Thresher? Like, I presume I know she exists. I just don't think she's
you know
here.
everything. She's just not here.
So what do I mean? Have I heard of her? Of course I've heard of her.
I lightly grab his arm and I point him at Dr. Teresa Thresher. Dr. Teresa Thresher. Do you see her?
Yes,
What's
I've heard
going
of
on?
Dr. Teresa Thresher.
Do you see her?
No?
What is going on?
Oh, not this
I
again.
put my glasses on.
What?
Maybe it'll help.
No, it's not going to.
We don't have time for these distractions.
It's
What's wrong with him?
It's a stasis effect. That's a static effect. It doesn't matter. It's normal. It'll wear off. Okay.
Anyway, one thing I was trying to work out is whether the creature has to do something to the machine each loop to make sure it works right. There's that possibility, in which case we would just need to be here and defend it.
If it can edit it, I think it probably would be able to, and it would just persist.
Well, if you are correct, all we need to do is stop it one loop, right?
I don't know about that. I don't... When it comes to actually turning this thing off, even in under normal circumstances, I'm not really sure how this thing is supposed to work. It's already trying to reconcile
if you think it
what
is
has actually
somehow,
occurred with what was meant to have occurred.
If you think it's somehow disabling or disrupting the effects of the device, this seems to be working fine as far as I can tell. We could...
You haven't read the manual yet. It could very easily be doing something wrong.
I will be reading it. I'm trying.
In fact, hang on a minute. When people are dying right now, they're editing the past so that they were always dead. I no longer exist. Robert Pilkin never had anyone that he tutored, so on and so forth. If something edited this machine, then it would be operating normally because the changes would now be the norm. Except you still think that people are meant to survive if they die, so maybe not?
It's in the very beginning of the briefing document on the device. The point is that we should be able to pretty much carpet bomb all of Webley to solve the solution, and then next loop we can reset.
Well, maybe they've made it so that isn't an option.
When did you read when did you read the basic instructions of the device? When did you read that it was supposed to let people live?
Shortly before you got here this morning.
Was it after
Did
you pressed the button or
before you pushed the button,
After I
or
pressed
after?
the button.
Before you pressed the button.
No, after I pressed the button.
Oh,
Well,
so
then
then it
When
is...
I realized Winter Bear wasn't showing up.
Can you please show me this page?
That makes me think that something is happening today.
You need to make a persuasion charisma roll.
We finally hit the limits of our clearance, I see.
Can I have my attractiveness? Oh wait, I have none.
Messy critical.
Oh,
Are
good.
you happy now, KT?
Oh, no.
Are you happy now?
Yay, one of me!
6 successes. You persuade him, but I don't know what happens next.
I hope it's a good messy critical.
The success of the character success comes with a side effect as the character changes the world around them. The character might use the crafting tools as part of the design. The character's drive might leave flaming skid marks, making them easy to follow. How does your persuasion change the world around you? I know.
Oh no. I was gonna suggest something bad anyway, but
What were you gonna suggest? Please suggest first.
I mean, if I persuaded him well enough, I could have always been Technocracy in the New World. Like, there could be no record of me leaving.
Probably a bit too big.
Yeah,
That's editing the entire world. In this case, suddenly, Bennett's eyes lighten slightly. Of course, anything for you. Hands the manual over.
Can I do an insight check?
Yeah.
Can I do an
I
insight
think
check?
I want to do one too. It's actually like last time I did one, I ceased to remember that Thresher exists. So I don't know if I want to do that. I don't have many dice.
5 successes.
You can kind of see him looking you up and down, and kind of like the nostalgia.
Nostalgia?
Mm-hmm. You really should have stayed. You shouldn't have. You'd have been a great Technocracy agent in light.
So now
I
we're
would be
butchering each other up. Just read the manual.
I would be looking at Hackett like, please connect with me over this because it's weird, right? But he's not even acknowledging that I exist.
I'm just imagining one of you thinking, how many men is this man slept with?
Wait.
All of them.
You two hate each other.
No. I mean, professionally, I guess, but look, it's complicated. We had, of course, my code is 11263ZED.
Attempt to memorize this code.
Z3ED. Great.
Of course,
I look-
probably should have put Hassan.
I look at Hassan and just like, and like to Fineth back to Hassan. Did you?
I wish. He's a one-man man, I guess, these days.
I just read the manual.
I don't know what is happening here. Just please, for the love of God, read the manual and work out if there's something we can do about this.
Maybe in another world.
Oh, don't you
Maybe
start.
in another
I just
time.
look at the sky when the music changes. Wait, did it hear me?
Can
Is it like a
I
I'm
just
gonna
told
quickly
the
go-
music
No,
and the
no,
music
no.
changed.
no? Don't
Sorry.
start salsa
Which I
dancing. If you
realize-
start salsa dancing, I will lose my mind.
I realize it sounds like I'm going crazy there, but we've established that we can hear music and there's...
Riyadh, can you hear music?
Yes, I can, Feneth.
Okay.
It's
I'll have some of my technicians look into it.
I'm gonna go check on Amelia.
of course. I'm just gonna read the manual.
That will
you gave
take
me.
you a while. Like, it is long.
I'm gonna read the first couple pages, the first couple pages of each chapter.
Okay. That will probably take you about half an hour, I want to say.
Okay.
I'll go up to the machine again and just start matter sensing it, kind of like a long-term thing if it makes a difference.
Sure.
I want to understand if
Matter
like the
intelligence?
age of this material is like different from the age of the surrounding matter, if that's something I can determine over time.
Matter intelligence, and only
No
vaguely.
intelligence.
If you want to spend an extended period, and it'll get you more data than just a wits
Yeah.
will.
If Hassan's working away at that, then I can spend some time on this. And I get of the mind that we should hang around this and keep an eye on it. He's probably keeping some awareness of the surroundings as well, and just in case anything odd comes up. That is 2, though. Ugh.
Okay. We'll get back to that in a moment. Riyadh's reading the manual. Make me a science intelligence roll, Riyadh.
Four successes.
We'll get back to that in a bit then. You walk into Amelia. Oh, Dr. Thresher.
Have you hacked the chip yet?
This is going to be an extended process. I don't even know. It'll take a while, even if I can.
All right. Can I please? I know my entropy is not very strong. But would really want to try to influence probability on this.
Not a basic odds thing. Probability, basic odds is limited to entry 2.
What about the chance that her hands will enter in the right codes on the
That
keyboard?
is a very small chance and a very long thing, so it will end up being a much higher DC. You could look at your mind and check that there's a way to make mind boosty stuff.
God, entropy 2 is tough. I have a lot more to do with mind, so to try to help her along, mental, okay, would you recommend?
Chat's chanting "May secret, May secret."
I know. Gosh, I hope I don't explode her brain. Or mine.
Are you gonna try?
Yeah, I think I want to try to see if I can figure out if there's anything I can do to make this be successful.
Okay. Let's have a look. First, as you begin to like pull up your casting apparatus, and she's like, "What are you doing?" Hand goes to the taser.
It's fine.
It can still happen.
I'm not going to do anything to hurt you. I'm going to try to help you figure out how to do this so that we can find Winter Bear. I don't want to hurt you.
Make a persuasion charisma check.
Why is the music evil?
Sorry, the romantic should have stopped when you went to a different room. 2 and an instability. Do you wish to reroll that one? You're
I
trying to
sure
convince a Technocracy
Don't-
agent that you should be able to cast a spell on them.
Don't stab the one remaining Technocracy agent that knows programming.
Did I have it 1 on that? Or
Should
did
have
I?
hit one,
Oh,
I'm
you-
afraid.
yeah,
Only
you
one
can
can be
only reroll
rerolled.
one of them.
And this is for mine.
Oh,
Okay. 1 second. Spirit, no.
You rolled like 3 ones in a row, man. That's impressive.
My emotions, push emotions, read thought, strength, mental defenses. Is there not a like? I think you can probably add +1 to a mental dice pool. I think with mine too. So, she looks at you. I know some of your history from New York, and I know what I heard over the police scanner here. I would rather you didn't.
Well, I guess you could figure this out, or we could all live this nightmare loop over and over
Well,
again.
that's what I'm going to try to do. I don't want to become another one of your patients.
What exactly do you know about me?
That 2 people were found dead at your offices. The CCTV footage we pulled shows you walking quite calmly to the bathroom, blood all over you, and a number of your clients in New York went missing. Most seem to have committed suicide, a few double murders. Your parents died mysteriously in a car accident which you survived, unscathed.
There's just a lot of things when you work in grief. People like to find the
Sure.
salacious details and hold them against me.
Dr. Thresher, Agent Black has told me not to discuss this with the rest of your team, but please do not think me a fool. I'm going
I
to
don't.
contact this ship as best I can.
The sad thing about all of this is even when I try to be helpful, people seemingly put roadblocks in my way. It seems that I am not allowed to help in the ways others do because my reputation precedes me.
That's how you like to put it? Would you mind stepping back?
She's
Your
not going to let
instability
me.
won't take effect because, again, no sleepers around there, so don't worry about that. Actually, let me check. Instability, does it require sleepers? Yep, sleepers nearby. You're fine.
So if I even attempt to do something, she is going to try to put the kibosh and tase me, essentially.
That's the intimation. She doesn't trust you enough to do spells on her.
Okay. What would I need to do in order for you to let me help you?
I don't know what you're going to do, and I can't trust anything you say, so nothing. Let me do my job.
Oh no, Amelia. I'm gonna stand up. Your loss then. I guess it's all our loss if you really think about it. And I'm gonna walk out, and I'm not gonna go back into the room with Finnith and Hassan and Hackett. I'm gonna walk out and see what else is going on in this area to see what else they're doing right now and how many people are there.
Yeah, you see a couple of people nearby who are unloading very slowly from the back of a truck nearby. Some heavy equipment. Seems to be, again, big, strong, like plastic military cases that are heavily, like, shielded, bump-proof, kind of the things you can truck out the back of a moving vehicle and it's not damaged.
Are there any like rogue iPads laying around?
There are a load of like computer terminals in that room you just left and some partitions. You could be in that room somewhere. No iPads that you can see immediately, but if you want to like poke around and have a look.
Can I find a terminal, and do I have clearance to... You say no?
I'm afraid.
I want to see what my record says, but I also want to look up the record on some other people, but...
You can always ask. But you don't have like a way to log on to computers. They all require seemingly like a passcode.
The heavy things that they're unloading, do they seem just like materials they need to set up like shop essentially, or is it something else?
They are unloading what appear to be big, thick, military-style containers, which have several warning labels kind of stenciled on the side. You can't see what's inside them as they're closed right now, but there's two people doing it. You can always ask them.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk up to them.
All right, miss. Doctor, sorry.
It's fine. What's in that?
Next generation of weapons.
You always travel this heavily armed.
Unit Omega, Doctor.
Do we get weapons?
I've been told to arm you with a weapon. These require specialist training.
Do you have any tasers that I could borrow?
Make persuasion charisma roll.
3 success.
Taser. Of course. He just opens another crate nearby, one that's not quite so heavy, and you receive taser after taser after taser after taser after taser after taser. A big charge pack off to one side and a little readout, which says that the charge in the pack is, seemingly about 2/3, and each of the tasers has like a little green light next to it in the box. Checks them over, pulls it out, clicks a few switches, hands it to you. There you go.
Okay. Usually I use pepper spray in New York. So exactly how do you... Well, I kind of already know how to use it because I've...
This one's a little bit more advanced.
Okay.
Look.
Can you tell me the buttons to avoid to hit so that I don't set it off in my purse?
Sure. The way this one works, it's got several small metal flechettes in it. Each one gets charged as it leaves, and then will deliver a shock on impact. It has enough charge to be able to fire a good number. Once you need to reload, you will need replacements, but reloading is a very slow process with a device like that. It's not intended for extended firefights, and he kind of shows you the basics.
Thank you. What's your name?
Keaton. Sergeant Keaton.
Sergeant Keaton?
Keaton. Yes, Doctor.
Thank you, Sergeant Keaton. I'm going to take the taser and put it into my purse and head back in to where Anna is.
Okay.
She's still just like working away.
Yeah. Very diligently. Like she's diligent in her work.
I think I probably have a moment where I'm by myself. I'm assuming there's not very many people around.
She's the only one in there. There's a lot of workstations. No, sorry, there's 2 in there. There's one other person who seems to be checking radio frequencies.
If I can find an area where I can be alone for a second, I would go in there. And probably that fake smile that I've been walking around, like that air of confidence, like my body deflates a bit. And like a sense of, oh, I can't, nobody will let me help. And then I think for a second I could cast something on her from a distance.
Probably could. You might have to be stealthy about it.
But I look around and see how skeleton crew this is. And she's the one tech person left. And internally, if I could whisper to myself, I would. But I think it would just be like, you've already fucked up enough today. You can't keep fucking it up. And so I would assume like a high posture position and walk back out and just smile at Anna and walk back into the room with the others.
Oh, good, Thresher. You're back. How's, Amelia, you said?
Yeah, she doesn't want me to help.
You recognize Thresher. She's been away for a while.
Okay, probably don't pay much mind to it then. I'm just, yeah, Thresher's here. That's fine, I guess. Been out and about helping the other one. Sure.
I have a question before I continue. Is there a role I can use to determine how long I will be extremely fuckable for, Feneth?
Do you know when you're gonna die? No, it's the end of the scene, so Feneth is probably very embarrassed right now.
Yep.
Hackett, as he's doing his work, just kind of walking around the device and like testing the metals and trying to like reach out and test the internals. He's gonna have a moment and be like, "Oh, of course." And he gets his bag off his back and he reaches in and pulls out a ball and says, "Oh, Mr. Agent Black, whatever you want to be called, I'm gonna turn this into a sword. Nobody panic or like shoot me."
Agent Black, and sure, I should probably issue you missions to use weaponry.
Wouldn't go amiss. And then I drop the maintain spell, and I probably put the ball on the ground first because I realized that making it into a ball meant I have no idea where the point of the sword is, and I can easily be like,
you do.
I'm gonna turn this into a sword.
No, you're maintaining the spell and you have matter sense. You know exactly where the point.
Oh, okay. So I know like how I formed the sword into a ball. So yeah, I know it. In that case, it's cooler if I turn it into a sword while holding the ball. I just go from like.
You can probably do it while bouncing the ball, just like bounce, 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 sword.
I don't think I go that show-offy this time.
Okay.
But we'll definitely do.
Give it a few loops.
Turning the ball I'm holding into a sword, and then I just go around, basically tapping it like a blind man's stick on the side of this container to use the power.
Of course. Sorry, that's the weapon Tolkien kept.
Yep. That's exactly what it is. Black, can I talk to you for a second?
Of course, you know it. I didn't know it. You never told me about the sword.
I mean, it's for.
I guess maybe you lost it in the timeline where I was his pupil or something. Who knows?
Of course.
Let's go with that one.
By the way, now you will both have done your extended tests. With your 2 successes for matter.
Does the sword help with this?
No, the sword only helps with itself. But
I thought you could do stuff with it. I thought touching materials with it gave me like information.
Oh yeah, but you might as well put your hand on the metal or touch the sword against the metal. Be the same result.
What's the point of this blooming sword then? It's useless.
It gives you +1 to any roll used on the sword, and also whenever you strike something with it, you can still sense what is in it. So you can start carving through stuff and have the same like ability to sense it as if you were touching it.
Okay, I guess. Fine.
Yeah, it seems to be made of like some very strong alloys. You can sense there's all kinds of funky metals in there, including some that really shouldn't be possible. Like, there are metals in there that you have never done in chemistry that are probably sort of like off the end of the periodic table, along with a lot of carbon, titanium, a few other things, all kind of very, very well done. It is seamless as well. Like, there is no crack, fracture, bubbles, distortions, errors that you might normally find in, like, metal. This is well put together. You pretty much consider this to be, like, very high quality, very advanced, almost sci-fi armor. It is designed to withstand a bomb blast, practically.
Any indication that it's like time proof?
Sorry. You have no time sphere, and without really, really high level, I couldn't tell you, any sort of indication of the breakdown or when it was cast or anything like that. Really high for that.
We've gotten so much XP. Why is none of us still taking 1 dot in time yet?
Because that'd be boring.
It feels like cheating.
With 4 for your
Science manual.
reading the manual and stuff. Looking through, it primarily is designed, and it talks about this extent, that you can isolate an area, and then you can carry out an investigation in almost any way that needs to be done. You can try different plot lines. You can, like, investigate an area piece by piece. It makes up for a lack of personnel by being able to have one person do grid searches, one grid each loop, for dozens and dozens of loops. One personnel can go into battle and die over and over and over again and come back, and every time refight the same battle until they get perfect at it. It is basically designed as a force multiplier, especially against an enemy whose abilities you don't know. Unlike bullets, where you're kind of aware guns need reloading, guns fire bullets, bullets travel in straight lines. Against entities where you don't know their abilities, it allows you to effectively use yourself as cannon fodder, and you discover over and over and over again. The downsides do include psychological trauma of operatives, and the need for people with extreme fortitude to want to put themselves in that situation. It is also noted that it might be theoretically possible for someone to end up in a time loop until the device runs out of power if operatives are somehow disabled. It does suggest by very high power time mages reality deviance.
Is there any way to manipulate this thing so it does kill? Or is there anything Graham would have overlooked?
Not in a précis of a few chapters and the front of the manual. No. But it seems like it is designed primarily to reset you with 2 things. 1, your memories going back in, overwriting any memories that are different and adding new knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
And 2, to make sure you just go back to your old body so that you're healthy and ready to go.
Either
In
Graham's...
the beginning of all the chapters and in the main digest at the beginning, it does not mention anything beyond that. That is the primary concern of it. It does say that there are additional functions, but those are the primary concerns.
I'm gonna need to spend more time with this, but either Graham severely fucked up or something's manipulating this thing. Right, can I speak to you for a second, Black? Just over there.
Of course. Sorry about earlier. I don't know quite what came over me.
I'd like to apologize.
Did you do something?
Not
In your file that you're able to do enlightened psychology.
surely you've been around Enlightened before. When...
No, I wasn't an embedded operative like you.
In certain cases, we can manipulate the world around us without doing so intentionally. It's an effect of being slightly disassociated from reality. So to make you more agreeable, something made you more agreeable. Not me. I didn't do it intentionally, nor did I want it, but...
Oh, your avatar.
Or enlightened genius, whatever you want to call it.
So in your soul, you want me.
Kenneth, if you think I really wanted you, wouldn't I already have you? Wouldn't
That's
this be
why
a
I'm
lot
the
easier
one
than...
person you didn't kill.
Sorry, can you say that one more time?
That's why I'm the one person you didn't kill.
You're right, because I didn't want to kill more people than was necessary. Why do you think I did that day? Why do you think I chose the side of a...
I don't care about your justifications. We're here to do a job.
My point is, I never meant to manipulate you. I'm apologizing for it. Well, I never meant to manipulate you in that way. I don't agree with taking people's will from them.
No, you just left me. Oh, of course you don't recognize the face. What you did. Get rebuilt.
What are you talking about?
We're done here.
No, what are you talking about?
You try and stop him as he walks away?
Yeah, I do. I grab him by the arm. Kenneth, please.
You didn't think you were going to get away from the Technocracy that easily? You weren't a perfect operative for your side. Of course you thought you were. You were young, naive, you joined us. What, how long had you been enlightened?
You clearly have a story to tell. Why didn't you finish it?
Whoever is your guardian angel came after you and cleared up nearly every trace that you'd ever existed.
Are you saying that's you?
No. Saying I was one of the few to survive that. Whoever your guardian angel is, didn't leave many people alive.
A lot of people died that day, Kenneth. And to be frank, I was almost amongst those. I was
You
almost amongst them.
might not have killed that many people when you left. But whoever was your handler, they did. You're just as responsible for that.
You're right, I am. And I've held myself responsible every day since.
Can we get back to it?
Yes. Clearly, though, we need to have a proper conversation sometime. I'll remind you of it.
Make a persuasion charisma roll. You're looking at a really high DC.
Which is why it's impossible. Because...
There's always crits.
Alternatively, there's not. That's about the willpower. Why not, right? Why not?
Really? It's really unlikely.
I would have needed 8 successes.
I mean, it's possible. But it's really unlikely.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
I won't bother.
He just shakes his head. No, he won't. Off. So, back to the rest of the group. Look, if your plan is that you think whatever it is infiltrates here and changes the device, that needs to happen every time. We can just embed, set up weaponry, overlapping fields of fire.
That's my working theory, and that will be the best response to it. I could be entirely wrong. The counter-argument is that there's some kind of global effect that's been put in place, or perhaps that something is done just before the end of the loop.
Or something could isolate something from time. Or using Prime, There's more than one answer to this.
It is true that entities from the extra-dimensional reaches might be able to become a problem for reality itself, but the containment area should deal with that. It wouldn't be able to go past the bounds of the time or the location.
It still can't. That we're sure of.
Yep, it's
Okay.
definitely still in here because it's definitely still killing people. Actually, we didn't know it was killing people for sure before. We now know it absolutely is. And making them into art installations?
What do you mean art installations?
Thresher was saying that that picture you sent looked like it was more deliberately put together. Not so much that someone had exploded, but that their innards had been used to decorate the inside of the car.
I crack open the picture. Oh, right. I did notice this before the tracery.
I gotta say, I'm not familiar with what happens to nerves when someone
They don't do
explodes.
this. There's a reason why I didn't think there was a body in here until now. Good fucking
When
lord.
there's a body, you can see the organs. I like to point out, like, you see there's a brain back there. It's poking out from under the seat.
Can I try to sense probability?
And what?
On if this machine is working properly.
Sure. Feel free to make a wits entropy check. Bear in mind that it is like behind thick layers of metal, which is gonna make it more difficult.
I guess you could determine, like, if it's running normally, it's going to be low probability, or no, high probability. And if it's running abnormally, it's going to be doing something low probability.
It
Is it-
notices the breakdown in patterns and stuff. Probability might be able to show that. Again, something complicated like this machine, it would need a high number of successes.
3.
As far as you can tell, it does appear to be, but it is very difficult. Like, you're trying to go through several layers of metal into a system that is intricately designed.
Okay.
I've been inside. Well, not been inside. It's a cone. Can you share senses with someone? Could you see what I see? Thresher?
Yes, actually. I can,
I mean,
in a way, mind meld us together.
Rank 3 mental link allows a link that can transfer ideas and images in raw form between two targets.
if we want to take a look at this thing, don't I just open the doors?
I have, hold on, the tie emotions. Oh, I guess that's emotions.
Yeah, read surface thoughts. You can get like basic surface thoughts, but that's kind of like giving you a bullet point rather than giving you an image.
Well, I'm almost able to do that, I guess is what I should say. But I can
Something for
scan your
later.
mind a little bit.
I don't think that would help. It's a very complex object. I've seen it, but I couldn't relay exactly what I saw.
Are there not doors?
I don't
Can you
remember. I
take
was
some of
looking
that
directly
metal
at them.
off?
Well, it's not designed for anyone of my rank to be able to actually.
It's
Open
meant
it.
to be contained.
Yeah.
The thing
Any
is-
door would create a structural weak point. There is a way to open it, but you need to be enlightened.
Well, I might be able to. It might be too risky, though. I wouldn't want to put us in danger by...
Hold on. I checked the manual for entry points.
Yep, it lists that like the entire side on one section just will flip out and up. However, it's designed to be used by an enlightened genius.
Does it say
I feel like
how?
you're throwing some shade here.
It requires, firstly, the correct entry procedure to be put into the control panel, and then an enlightened genius to be able to channel their ability to manipulate the actual matter of it itself, or any other enlightened science. The door is designed to detect that and notice that you are being able to channel your enlightened power into it, and then we'll open up.
Right, it's this door. Matter would be most useful. Any enlightened science will do it. A code needs to be entered into the panel over there. I knock on the door as I pass it.
I suppose I can do that.
Okay,
And the whole thing about defenses overlapping fields of fire, I think that's a very good idea.
We can certainly set that up. We're a little bit short-staffed, as I mentioned, but we can defend this building. Our perimeter will have to probably come in a little bit. I'll have to pull the team back from the Royal Infirmary.
I think that'll be alright. Why is there a team at the infirmary?
Well, it's a good place to cover the south area from the M25.
Yeah.
And we had a couple of interesting things to investigate, but...
At the infirmary?
Yes.
Make a list, please. And
You're not my boss.
I said please, and it's important.
Well,
The list is as much for your future self as it is for us. We can only relay what you tell us in previous loops.
don't worry, Dr. Hackett. I merely said that because it's... San.
Ah, right, yes, okay, fine. History. It's probably
try and
best that all of your teams are consolidated here. As demonstrated, one team couldn't handle it. Admittedly, they didn't know what was coming. They didn't have any idea that they were going to be attacked. They thought things would happen later in the day. But still, they were not able to stand against whatever it is we're dealing with.
How many... Sorry. How many teams do you have out there? Just the one? At the infirmary?
One left at the infirmary.
There was never a team to put at Mind Evolution?
No? We
So
don't
we've
have enough
lost
staff
two
for that.
then.
Do you have a vehicle parked out there?
No, the vehicles left after we initiated the save point.
You mean they ceased to exist?
No. After I initiate the save point, we were to brief the teams and send them out to cover the other areas.
They were only deployed after the fact.
We all got here via train. We all rolled off.
That's
No,
at
but
least 3 teams you had at the start, then.
And we've lost 2.
Mind Evolution would be a good location to cover the eastern side.
Kind of place you'd go if you had a 3rd team, or don't say like 4th or 5th.
Wouldn't you have a... Do you have any place in the north that would cover the north well? Ideally.
I guess somewhere near Hockham Public Library, although it's less necessary. There's less... there's good transport links around there.
I'll make a note to check the public library next time for a black SUV. The SUV should still be there, even if the team isn't. Keep track of how many teams we've lost.
Oh, that's a good point. Do you have any information on a Dr. Rosalini?
I can look them up for you.
Yes, please.
Oh no. Hang on. If you do the deployments after you hit the button, you're going to deploy based on priority, right?
Yeah, well, they're literally just leaving as I'm pressing the button. I might redirect them.
Well, would your first priority have been UCL or the hospital?
Probably the hospital. It has links up north to the
good.
Webley Commercial Estate.
Good, that means you'll continue to have one team in future loops. What I'm guessing is that every loop so far, the entity has been killing everyone in the UCL point, which being your second priority point meant that every time you've sent someone there until next loop when you only have one team to send and you no longer send them there.
Hassan, you know that's false.
No. First loop, the UCL team was fine.
And then you saw them and they'd moved to the other side of campus.
Then
And they moved to the other side of campus.
Then the entity's changing tack.
They are. Where?
It might not have to obey the same principles of time and space as we do.
I did expect that it was aware each time of what was happening the previous time, but I thought it would just go about the same business. If it would kill the nearest team, and then could just do that.
Well, it would
once
have to discover
every
where
time.
the team is first.
It's true. Maybe they didn't know. They've definitely been killing teams already. That we know that at least 2 have been killed.
You had
What
one
is your
around
priority
Mind
list?
Evolution.
Would Mind Evolution have been the 3rd place you'd put a team?
Probably.
4th?
Probably near Hockham Public Library.
And if there was a fifth?
Oakwood, or Little Oldfield.
All right. This is not good, but at least we...
Thresher, did the response time for them arriving at Little Oldfield seem slower the last loop than it did the second loop, or whenever the first time that you went to Oldfield?
Pressure doesn't know what time they got there the very first loop. She walked in and they were already on site.
It's just how long since the
Do you
the
remember
crash
the
and how
passage of the
established they
moon?
were by that time?
Would I have known because I did cross the river and I heard them drive by?
Kind of. You didn't have an exact timing. Interresolve. It's gonna be a tough memory roll.
Okay.
It's a bit of a
You were
stretch.
in a bit of a
maybe-
state at the time.
It's a bit of
Yeah,
a
I
stretch,
was-
and maybe doesn't matter, but it'd be nice to know how many teams you had to start with, because it tells us how quickly it's killing them.
What was it?
You wish to use willpower?
I need more than that in order to know.
I can't tell you until you decide or
You
not.
you might not. 4 is pretty good.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to use a willpower on this.
You're not certain. It was probably similar-ish, but that's about all you can tell. You were not in a fit state at the time.
I don't remember. I was crossing the river. I only have guesstimates on when they showed up. And since every time we've approached it from a different angle, it just... I don't have a...
Fuck, who did you murder?
What?
You took way too long. I remember this. I questioned you about it. You said that you were that out of it, but you weren't that out of it, were you?
Yes, I was bleeding from my nose and eyes and ears. I sat down at a bus station.
For several hours?
You disappeared from existence and just kind of came back the next day with part of your memories.
Never mind. It's pointless anyway. Okay.
There's at least 3 teams, could be as many as 5. Hard to say.
Yeah.
They could be killing a team per loop. They could be doing less than that. They're doing different things every time, though. That's definitely the case.
Of course they can. This is a playground to them. Haven't you noticed the music?
The music is interesting. The fact it keeps changing in response to what we're doing is definitely interesting. There it goes.
You mean the fact that it put up salsa when...
If the creature is deciding the music choice, then, I think we're already dead. Like, if it has that much kind of power to taunt us, it knows everything we're doing, and it's able to respond.
It could be the equivalence of a paradox effect, just caused by the creature itself.
That's my hope, is that it's some kind of pseudo-intelligence that... Basically, the music has a sort of consciousness to itself, rather than it's being directed by something else. Which is
This is not...
kind of ridiculous, but also possible.
This whole situation is ridiculous, in case you hadn't noticed.
Oh, I noticed. I think, the best thing to do is consolidate everyone here.
Rosalini, we needed more information on Rosalini, and the other thing we needed was you to open up this bloody fucking door.
I can open the door.
All I'm saying is I think Mindy was a part of this in some way. She could hear the whales. I have a thought about Dr. Rosalini, so if you have any information on her, I'd really like to know.
I've pulled it up. Dr. Rosalini, part owner of Mind Evolution, along with Dr. Fates. Specializes in recency to grief, blah, 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 blah. Change in... nothing here that basic Google search wouldn't get you.
So she's
Is
not with
she
you at
awake?
all.
What do you mean?
Is she enlightened, or close to enlightenment?
I have no record of that on here.
You can trace phones, right?
Typically, yes.
There you go. Have fun. I gesture to Thresher.
Yes, I'd actually like to know. She's going to call in and cancel her appointment for the day. but when I called her, she was somewhere that was not home. She wouldn't tell me where she was.
Okay. I can trace her phone if you've got the number.
I'm pretty sure I have the number.
Yeah, in your phone.
Okay. Shit. Well, can I log in? Can I get access to a terminal? I just need to log into my work.
Sure. Let me just put a trace router on this so you don't get back traced to here, just in case anyone is looking for you.
Yeah, that might be good.
Hands you the pad.
I'm gonna log into like the work dashboard and can I see if there is
It's got the
information
emergency
that
contact details for both Dr. Fates and Dr. Rosalini.
Okay. I'm gonna circle or show them and point. That's the phone number for Dr. Rosalini.
Okay. Beverly Police Station.
Is that the police station?
Yes, Beverly Police Station.
Oh,
What's that about?
Oh, I got
Shows you the
folded.
CCTV from inside a interview room where Dr. Rosalini is talking to two individuals.
I mean, probably getting called in because there was a double homicide in the area. In her
But
offices.
we already know that in a previous loop, Rosalini's been in a place with, you know, the people walking around, keyboards tapping. Seems like the one.
Mm-hmm. I don't think that this is accurate.
I can check the history. Any call logs? There was
Yeah.
one call made to Mind Evolution. That was made from Webley Infirmary, hospital.
She was at the hospital. That makes more sense.
It could be nothing, but it is a little bit odd.
I don't think this one's accurate. I think there's just been a bump in the road, and today's probably not the day to see what she was really up to.
Any
This
updates
is a
on
bad
that
time
list?
to check in on what she's doing in a loop. You've definitely done some butterfly effect.
I think we all have.
Right. Should we help defend this area? Anyone need to do anything? Talk to me. I'll get everyone to issue weapons. Who here is trained?
One of your men showed me how to use a taser.
I can make do.
Okay. Who here has dots in firearms and how many?
I have
I've
one,
done some melee.
I
One in
didn't
firearms. Okay.
but I have
didn't take anything.
3 in melee.
Okay. Do you have any in science, Hackett?
I have 3 in science.
Okay. You meet the minimum prerequisites as Sergeant Keaton comes back in and demonstrates a few of the weapons to you. He deems Hackett sufficiently knowledgeable. If you wish, they will give you a plasma rifle.
Not gonna say no.
He warns you, misusing it will easily kill you, and it's still very dangerous. But he says they've been using them for 20 years.
Because I know enough about how these kind of things must work to know not to press any buttons I shouldn't.
Honestly, it's I've seen a lot of people use them. They'll be all right.
Anyone else? He is hesitant to issue you a firearm with no points in firearms. If you wish to, you can try and persuade him, but he will otherwise just try and issue you with shot clubs.
No melee weapons? None?
Shot clubs, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Okay. He gives you effectively what is an extendable baton, but it looks a little bit more advanced. It's got also an LED readout and so on. When it extends, you can see like lightning crackling around it.
I flip it around in my hand.
Yeah.
Imagine I've actually held one of these before.
Oh yeah, you've used one before. It's basic training. And And Thrasher, if you want, they will also give you a shot club.
I'll take it. I mean, I have my taser, so I'm pretty happy, but I'll take the club as well.
They'll also issue you with basic black vests. If anyone would like to decline, you are welcome to do so.
What does a flak vest do?
It'll give you, let's check how much. 4 points of armor, which decreases lethal by 4 points to superficial.
Yes, please.
They strap you up in black vests, and they start entrenching. Floodlights outside. Does anyone want to do anything for the rest of the loop beyond defending and embedding?
Until I'm needed, I'm going to be reading the manual as much as I can.
Okay.
But
Make
before I do
in...
before I do that, I want to roll an awareness check just to see if something is watching us.
Okay. Wits awareness, and this will be for the very beginning of this before you go and read the manual. Once you read the manual, you won't really be able to do the same thing. But 4. Doesn't seem to be anyone or watching. No.
Okay.
Anyone else?
I want to open the box.
Okay. And Thresher?
Depends on if he gets the box open.
Okay. Right. In which case, it'll take a little while. Eventually, clearance codes are obtained by Theneth, which he enters in. Okay. I don't know the next part. You'll have to do it.
I can handle it.
I point to the part in the manual that talks about opening a door. The whole side should flip open.
Right, let's see how we go. The matter
Stand
right?
back.
Okay. Any sphere you want in a ret?
Alright.
Oh.
4 successes.
As you reach out, it's almost like something is drinking in that energy for a moment. You try and do anything particular? Are you trying to influence it in any way? Or are you just...
I'm just gonna try and operate the mechanism as normal. So if it needs energy, then I guess I'll give it energy.
Okay, so you don't try to impose your will upon it. You just go initially to try and manipulate something, and something connects. And with that, the spell ends. Whatever it was did attach to it. And then there's a liquid nitrogen kind of around you. The side just out a few inches, moves up about a foot, and then tilts, and then begins to be raised above. And as you look in, you can see, kind of as Hassan described, a kind of cone type thing, upside down, spinning, blinding power just pulsing every now and again. Cables plugged in. You can see big, thick kind of connectors for power and other things that seem to be like big pumps of fluid or something, glugging occasionally. There's banks of computers spun all around, and you can hear the whine of fans now.
Alright. Who wants to take a closer look at this? Be very careful. Don't touch anything that you don't need to. Don't press any buttons. Let's just test it and see if there's any sign of tampering.
I'm just going to make sure it's working right. And I'm going to try to do sense probability now that I can see the core to make sure that it's succeeding.
Cool.
It's wits, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 1.
As far as you can tell, seems to be quite orderly, but there's a lot of things very orderly in here, and it might be easy to miss anything.
I'll give Matter Sense a go. Is this Matter Wits?
Mm-hmm.
Three.
There's a lot of different things in here. Advanced, like alloys, superconductors, things that, in terms of basic chemistry to mundane people, would make their minds explode. To you, these seem like, yes, they're very advanced concepts that you can do with the controlled manipulation of ether in a very special setting with chemicals.
This is a very intricate etheric patterns that have been applied here.
Yeah. Yeah, it as far as you could tell, you're not sure what it's trying to do, but it's nothing seems to be out of order, but that's not something your matter will pick up. Your matter will just pick up.
There's nothing like the unusual levels of like purity and perfection in it are just like normal throughout. There's no like anomalies of that.
It seems to be running perfectly as far as you can tell, then.
I will actually chuck a life sense in there as well, just in case. There's like minute like there shouldn't be anything there, but if there is, I should know about it.
Okay.
Yeah, 1 success.
Okay.
There's a pause there.
Doesn't seem to be anything in there. In fact, it seems to be almost wiped clean. Like, it
sense.
seems
Almost wiped
pristine.
clean. Should be completely.
There are
wiped
now
clean.
something in there, but
We probably
faint.
now covered it in germs.
You have opened the
we
outside.
opened
Any
it and then
decontamination
we
is kind of
bruised.
ruined.
It's yeah.
Yeah. I can't be certain on 1 success that that's true, but
Okay.
Sorry, can I do a mind sense on it as
Sure.
well?
Might as well throw the whole book at it. Like
3.
something. Very basic, but it's very strange.
The mind effect on that.
Mind effect or an actual mind?
Some sort of, maybe an actual mind in the computer. It's very faint. Almost like you'd expect from like a rat or something.
a device this complex might meet the requirements for consciousness.
So as Katie asking, if I wanted to cast something with somebody else, do we just like work together? Or is there like, do I have to follow something? I guess I'm asking like, do I have to follow a strict thing in the rule book, or can I just talk to
multicasting? If you wish to try and cast with someone, you can team up. However, there are sometimes penalties depending on the difference of your tradition and how familiar you are together. Like, if there's conflict between you, there is conflict in the casting of the spell. It will make, there'll be a dice penalty.
So originally I was like, I want to see how this successful, like, is it running properly? But when Hassan says the brain thing, I'm going to look at Hackett. Will you cast with me? Figure you're biological. Let's see if there's something in there, and then I'll send some of my psychology.
I detected that we
mumbo
probably
jumbo.
contaminated this thing with microbes by opening it, but hopefully that doesn't matter.
I know, but I sense a brain.
No, you sense a mind.
A mind.
It could be
an
a
artificial
machine-based mind.
Okay, then
I can try again and just focus on the computer. Maybe I'll spot. I don't think there's gonna be anything alive in there. There might be something that can think, but it won't be living in that sense.
There's probably an answer I can help find. Let's do a forces and correspondence, and then we'll do a spirit. Yeah. It's.
A lot of energy in this thing. A lot of energy in this thing.
So wow, there's a lot of energy coming off of this machine that erases time.
Do I know enough with 1 success to know if it's the same amount of energy I experienced last time?
Very hard to tell. It's kind of like, how much energy does a falling whale have versus a falling ton of bricks? That literally ton of bricks, you know exactly how much energy that has. Anyway,
Yeah.
spirit. No seeming spirit effect here.
Doesn't have a soul or a spirit.
I wouldn't expect one.
No, but if a rat would show up on that.
I'm open to suggestions, but I think we might figure out more if we work together to investigate this a little bit.
You know what? Can I do a true faith sense?
Sure. Roll your 1 die. Plus wits.
Is the computer a good person?
Well, it will tell me more than just the computer, right? Hopefully. So that'd be 4 dice with no hunger quiet come into this.
As usual, yeah.
Yeah.
Effectively just a wits plus 1, I guess.
Yeah. Well, it's too late. I'm already using the quick roll and entering all the information so it looks pretty.
3. There's nothing that would fall under your definition of evil here, or particularly holy.
Beneficial is what I'm looking for.
Not within the realm of your true faith.
Okay. I'll have to mark off that dot. Great. I effectively have one less willpower now.
I'm looking, I'm like scanning my brain, and
Maybe if you used his etheric chemistry and etheric physics with your mind, something could
We
happen.
can give that a try. It's just differing ways of operating clash, and it's difficult to make work, but we can give it a shot.
I mean, what's the worst that could happen?
There are many terrible, terrible things that could happen, some of them involving me immediately ceasing to exist outright.
well, before we do that, I could just... We think there's a mind in there. Maybe I could see if I can grasp some of what it's thinking.
Go ahead.
Alright, we'll
I
try.
have a manual to read.
Can I try read surface thoughts on the machine?
May indeed. Make me an erect plus mind roll.
Okay. -1 because of my subtle avatar. 1.
Effectively 0. As you direct energy at the machine, a lot of it seems to be dissipated into some of the alloys inside.
The metal's messing with a lot.
Premium. It's alloy we use. It dissipates the energy of your spells.
So it's like encapsulated in something that messes with our spells.
It's designed to be able to stop someone from preventing with it. Like, I guess you're trying to do right now.
Bomb-proof, basically.
Yes. If you
With
wish,
the-
by the way, you may do an extended cast. You just cast it as like a couple of seconds. If you want, you can spend hours casting. You'll gain a bonus.
Hackett will say, here's a question. So Premium resists the effects of the various spheres. What about its own sphere? If you used what you would call Prime, or what they would call Prime. Someone calls it Prime.
Yeah, it would resist that too. It's utterly
Okay.
mundane.
I wondered if that might be the way to get around it, and that might be why Prime is the problem that we're seeing with the machine. That's the thing that's been altered, is that apparently people's patterns are... Well, the patterns of people's bodies are
It makes it
being
resistant.
lost.
It doesn't make it impossible.
And it's thought maybe Prime might have been the weak point, and that might be why that's being exploited, but... It's not, it just is, I guess, the weapon of choice for the entity.
Not to mention, you're all forgetting the very first loop. Loop 0. For all we know, most of this, if there is editing, could have happened back then.
The machine had still been activated at that time, it was just on its first go-around.
Yes, we'd had to activate it beforehand. You can't retroactively without much more power.
Yeah, but my point is that if it was edited in that time, it wouldn't necessarily make the edits to the manual. It's part of the save now. It's not going to lash back, so to speak.
Do we think that it could have its own memories?
The entity or this thing?
I'm sure the entity does. The machine.
I flip back to the appendix of the manual.
You're going to take an extended look at the manual. Please roll me an intelligence science roll, as this is your roll for looking through the manual for the rest of the day.
You'd think it'd be
Do
a
I
key
get any-
part of the instructions where it tells you what is and isn't isolated from time. Like, is it literally that cone right there, or is it the whole thing?
Is it, do I get any bonuses for taking my time with this?
No, but I'll adjust the DC. You wish to willpower those two.
Let me think of, yeah. Reroll dice 2. 4 successes.
Perfect. Okay, over the next few hours, the machine is not isolated from time. It acts as the rest of the loop. It's just very resistant to stuff. It's not isolated from time, but the only thing that probably drains is its power. Because it seems to run off of very primal energy, which you would know as quintessence.
Wait, is this thing a wellspring?
No, it just has effectively a battery attached. Technocracy know them as batteries, but you would probably call it some sort of device for holding quintessence. If you wanted, you could probably pull quintessence out of it, but that might not be a good idea for its longevity, but if it would help you in the short term.
I don't mention that to the rest of the crew.
But yeah, you get a pretty good idea of how this works over the course of a few hours. That will be late night by the time you finish reading enough of the manual to get the full gist of that 4 successes. Does anyone want to do anything in the meantime?
Oh, one question.
Oh.
Could we put more quint in? Could we recharge the battery?
Yes, you could.
How much quintessence? If I took 1 point of quintessence, would it have a dramatic effect?
Not particularly. It might reduce the number of loops by 1.
Can I siphon 1 point of quintessence?
Oh, you'd have to walk up and stand next to it.
I yawn, walk over.
Bear in mind that it's stored in a way that matches with the technocratic viewpoint, so it will be less pleasant than it would normally be, but you could do it. It's not a problem.
I walk over to the battery with the manual open, as if I'm trying to check something, and I'm going to take 1 point.
No one else is prime here, so as you walk up to it, and you have to place your hand on what you notice and now know to be the reservoir, and you can kind of feel suddenly that thrum, exhilaration that runs through you, not quite in your body, but in the very soul. You can kind of feel there being energy there. There's so much energy in there. If you turn it into force, you could probably just nuke the area. You have just turned directly into force, even without anything else. And as you kind of reach out and just take just a little bit, get a point of quintessence.
That's it.
In
Look at
the
the book.
meantime, oh,
Oh no.
do we all hear that?
I mean,
Do we hear that like we hear the music?
no.
Okay.
Only Hassan does. Everyone else is feel free to make me a technology intelligence roll, since you are looking at the device and the readouts.
Come on. Don't be mean to me.
Success.
Let me have some magic juice.
Oh, fine. No one notices the slight drop in power.
Oh dear.
Oh,
Have one
So in the meantime, Hackett says to Thresher, "So what is it you want us to try and do together?"
I don't know. I want to. We can either see if it's working properly and if it's succeeding each time, or the chances of it succeeding each time, or we could try to figure out what it's thinking.
I think by combining etheric chemistry and noetic matter and mind.
I ask because you can probably break it apart and you see all the pieces that work together, right?
It could work.
Should we see? Maybe we could try to see if it's working properly first.
1 second. Thresher, can I have a word? Agent Black comes over.
I mean, we're kind of in the middle of something. Is it that?
I'll be just a second.
Okay.
You
You
sort
think
that
about
out.
it,
I think we
Hackett.
have time for once.
I'll stand up and follow Agent Black.
I want to do
Just so
another
you
life
know-
check because it's been a while.
The Webley police are looking for you. And the double homicide is all over the news.
I would
couldn't
assume
suppress
so.
it. Well, we managed to suppress the incident at UCL South, but we haven't managed to suppress the incident at your offices. It was too late. So
That's-
this loop, maybe just don't step outside of the bounds of this building.
I wasn't planning on it. Thank you.
My interest is to make sure this is a successful operation.
Can I ask you a question?
Oh, I won't remember anyway.
All the more reason for me to ask it, probably. What exactly is in my record?
We don't have a record on you, but we can put one together from searching your background and having access to certain files. You are the nexus for a lot of suicides, disappearances, and murders. And knowing who you are, and knowing the murder today, it was relatively easy to put together.
Maybe I'm
And-
just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Sure, but in my experience, that amounts to evidence.
Then I guess my next question is, do you think I'm a bad person?
I don't know your motives, and I haven't had time to look into each and every person that you touched with your practice.
Well, I didn't mean to make a mess of today. Just kind of happened.
I don't know how many loops you've been through. It must be very taxing.
Let's just say the people I work with don't make it easy on me.
You choose those people.
It's surprising how they find me. But they're kind of a pet project for me, yes.
Right.
Well, I'm sorry that I seemingly caused a ruckus.
Like I said,
But,
I'm not going to judge you. We have more important things to deal with.
I appreciate that you didn't tell the others. I just don't think I'm as scary as everybody thinks I am.
You are... I still don't know the extent of your powers. What we call a reality deviant and a mage. That is pretty scary in my books. Even the enlightened operatives of the Technocracy are pretty scary to me, and I know more about their powers than I do about yours.
Well,
Scary doesn't necessarily mean bad.
Anna wouldn't even let me walk within 3 feet of her.
Sure, she has her reasons.
I guess it's my own fault. But at the same time, it's very disappointing that I seemingly can't help when I want to.
You know the saying, trust takes time?
True, but when it loops every day, it's like trying to start over.
Yes, you expect that trust naturally because you've had all the time. And we don't, so we don't have time to build trust.
So in theory, if this machine was working properly, Chester would have been back tomorrow? Or no, only the ones that are awake would be.
Well, no, everyone should be back. That's...
I'm just going to tell you something. And I would really appreciate if you kept it between us, but there was another patient I had. He's no longer with us.
Him?
I take a beat to be like, do I want to tell him the name? And then I'm like, yep, I'm going to tell him the name. Honestly, it'd be kind of interesting for you to look him up. Wallace Lockwood.
Takes a few minutes. There was no record of Wallace Lockwood. Lockwood, looking at the usual demographic for your clients, have a couple of hits. Any of these family, and you look up and down, you recognize the sister and the the mother, the deceased mother.
he decided that he was going to take his own life, and with the reset, I had assumed he'd be there the next day, but he wasn't.
Well, he should have been. The device, as far as I know, is very simple. It just resets the day. If anything has changed, that's a change beyond the device. How old was Wallace?
20. He was young. He was like around 20.
Mrs. Lockwood had a miscarriage about 20 years ago.
Excuse me?
Shows he's a medical record.
I'm going to take this, and I'm going to look over the medical record. Does it say anything like...
Yes, a very unusual fetus, miscarriage, no harm to the mother, no further issues needed. Make a medical intelligence roll.
Oh boy. That's scary.
You wish willpower?
Yeah.
Can we roll 2?
1.
3. Okay. 3's enough. The medical record talks about the fetus was misdeveloped. It looks like the tissue differentiated, but differentiated in clusters. Instead of differentiating in the correct pattern, all different types of tissues had been grouped together. Medical experts didn't know what had happened there and were very confused.
That's obviously so different than a regular miscarriage.
Oh, entirely. 100%.
Oh boy. So there was a glimmer of him existing. Does it say like she intended to name him Wallace or anything like that in the records?
I can look further. Mothers aren't asked what they would have named their miscarried babies.
Sometimes it's a comforting thing that they will do.
Sadly, 20 years ago, Facebook didn't exist, or we might have more evidence.
I just think that's interesting. There's like there was a chance he could have existed.
Sorry, I have no record of that.
All right. Well, that's good to know. I don't really know how it helps.
Her husband's father was called Wallace, though.
Did I know if Wallace Lockwood was named as like a junior or like the third or anything like that?
You don't know.
Okay. Will you look up the grandfather and show me a picture?
Sure. There aren't any pictures. I'm afraid he's before the internet, so we have less access. I can put in a request for more details, but that might take time. I'm not sure we have that time.
No. It's just an odd thing that they would just not come back. I had assumed they would come back.
So they should be coming back. You should be, when you die, he looks over at Hackett, coming back in your original bodies. There is no reason whatsoever that this machine is not resetting certain people, especially not editing reality to remove people's existence or history. That just doesn't make sense.
Speaking of, and I look at Hackett, I want to see if it's even working right.
By all means.
So I'm going to scurry back over to Hackett.
Hackett's been working on another life check. Can I make the roll?
Yeah.
Two successes. It's one more than last time. We're slowly working our
Probably
way.
slightly more contamination now. The only place that it's been touched inside is next to the reservoir, and you can kind of see a very faint signature of like germs. It's much stronger around a handprint.
Do I know that it was Hassan who touched that before?
I mean, maybe he was standing near there.
Okay, I'm just like, who put their hand on it? You're getting germs all over it.
Sorry, it was just checking the battery. This thing is hard to make heads or tails out of.
We'll
I
check
keep
it by
wanting to do
looking.
that thing. I keep wanting to do that thing where I look at a diagram and try to turn it upside down, which, as you can imagine, is probably useless.
Manipulation, subterfuge, impeccable lies. Right wits.
Don't worry, you'll
Not
be
correct.
fine.
See, you say that now.
Oh god, I do incited
That
so
sense
badly I
stops
got an
existing.
instability.
Can I do an insight?
You may. You are kind of in this like conversation as you're walking back. But yes, Hassan stops existing if you hack it.
I'm sorry, is it
Perfect, because you
intelligence
failed
or...
to notice the lie. You failed to notice him.
Wits
Is it-
subterfuge.
Okay,
It's
thank
a
you.
wits insight.
Oh, your wits insight. Sorry.
Okay. 3.
Oh. Hassan, do you wish to full power that one?
Yeah, why not? Sorry, Katie.
Got so many secrets.
Nah, you're good.
He's hiding something about what he was doing over there. He's hiding something. You're not sure what, though.
I look at him when he says that. So moonlight, huh?
Yep. My entire team was, well, heavenly bodies plus light. So sunlight, starlight, earthlight, moonlight, and Mars light.
Hmm.
Technocracy, they're not exactly subtle. We didn't exactly call each other that in the field either, because can you imagine trying to untangle that from your tongue when you're in a firefight? But
It's not so bad.
it's actually a lot worse than you would think.
I'm going to, like, for sure though, almost give him a look of like, I know you did something. Like how Hassan and I just communicate with subtle looks.
Okay.
I attempt to distract her. I don't know.
We're running short on time.
Yes, just one more test. I want to, let's see if it's working, right? If you're okay with that.
We can try. What's the time on the clock? We've got till 2:51.
Getting pretty late now. I will say 11 p.m.
Okay, we've got a little bit of time to prepare as much as possible for the next loop.
Maybe we should take our time with this.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we've got a bit of time at the end to prep. I want to come out of the gate storming this time.
Okay.
Yeah. We can
I would
try
sit down.
the mastermind thing if that's what you want.
Also, Black, I really do need that list of things in the infirmary that you were looking into, just in case.
Sure.
That's good, actually. We can compare. If we don't succeed on this next loop, we can compare lists, see how many more people are injured this time. It'll give us an idea of how much is being achieved each loop.
Well, there's a suspicious lack of any casualties from road traffic accidents. The Royal Webley Infirmary deals with road traffic accidents all along the M25, and this is during rush hour. Normally there are some fatalities.
Oh, every road traffic accident that would happen happened the first time, and they're all dead now.
That's morbid.
Or could have happened in previous loops. It is very morbid. Anything else?
Nothing out of the ordinary. Dr. Rossellini was there pretty early on.
Do we know
I was
what
waiting
for?
there all day. Locked out
All
for an
day?
accident and emergency. Yes.
What time? Like, what time did she get there?
Looks like around 10 a.m.
Did she have an appointment?
No. From what I can tell from the records, she seems to. That's probably where she picks up her client base. Seems to have people who get some sort of adjacency to people who lose loved ones.
She was there before the accident at the office.
I guess you can't get any clients when no one dies.
I just smile a little bit.
I roll my eyes at Thresher.
Do you wish to cast your
Petty.
read mind on the mind?
On who? On the machine or on?
On the machine.
Oh, I
So
was
wh-
gonna sit down with Hackett and do like to see if it's successfully running, the probability of it's successfully.
Okay. I mean, what are you adding from Hackett? The matter?
The matter, because one of the things you had said is that there was a lot of stuff working in there that I couldn't suss out the pieces.
That's just the complexity, not necessarily that you're lacking a sphere. Entropy often doesn't need another sphere to act. It just
Okay.
makes it a bit easier.
Just try it again without me then, because I think there's negatives right on multicast, and it's
Yeah.
relatively.
Okay.
Especially if
Painful.
the two of you are not in harmony, and it looks like you've got a lot of shit you're hiding from each other.
Okay, so I'll just
you like
sit
to
down
catch
Just
me
and
hiding
instead?
these days. We've got pretty good knowledge of the situation. We just don't like it.
yeah. So then I'll just sit down and like we'd probably hash it out and be like, maybe it's better if I just do this one on my own. And I will see if I can see if it's successfully running one more time.
How long would you like to spend on this? Do you want to spend an hour?
I want to spend an hour, but I also want to try to read the surface thoughts one more
You've
time.
probably got time to do both, but only just.
Then I'm going to do that.
Okay, +1, which will cancel out your -1.
Okay. And so I need to roll them each one at a time, right?
Okay, 2 separate
Okay.
spells.
+1. 3 success.
+1 and -1, they cancel out, so I have to get you to reroll that, I'm afraid.
I didn't hear the -1 because I was just
-1
so
from your
excited.
subtle avatar.
I know, I was really excited. Oh, because I'm using it. Okay, I didn't know I was using a red.
I thought you were casting. Is this just the sensing of the entropy? Sorry, if you're sensing the
No.
entropy, make an intelligence plus entropy +1. You are correct.
No, I want to see if I can sense the probability of this succeeding. So I will be using my arret.
The sense which probability from succeeding? Sorry.
So in entropy, there is sense probability under rank 1.
Yep.
So I'm going to do that, and I'm sensing to see if it's succeeding running properly, or the probability of it succeeding.
Okay, right. Yeah, you just want to kind of predict the future probability a little bit.
So it's just a flat
Sure.
roll with no plus or minuses.
Yeah, that would be the arret plus your entropy -1 +1. Yes. So
Okay. 1 success.
Yeah.
wish to reroll the 2.
Yes.
Okay.
2.
Okay, so 3. Yeah, it does, as far as you can tell, does seem to be like it won't break down anytime soon. In fact, it seems incredibly well ordered, almost like it's perfect to an extent.
I'll just quickly. It's working right. Apparently, it's
There's ever
Running
so slight defect around the battery, but it's very minor.
the battery is not as efficient or maybe full as it should be, but everything else seems to be okay.
Someone did mess with the thing before. Not in any kind of sinister way, I don't think.
Someone messed with it? Why would you? How long did it take for us to get in here?
I detected a handprint in germs. Someone must have put their hand on it earlier.
I'll look over at Hassan.
I'm just reading through the manual. I'm not paying attention.
I sigh. What would happen if the battery had an issue with it?
Oh, it'd explode.
Well, I'm assuming it's like a remote control where you put a bunch of batteries in it to make it work, right?
Depends. It is just reality energy. It could just cause really weird stuff to start happening.
Oh, God.
Depending on where it broke in the thing itself, it could explode. It could do a lot of things.
It can't have broken just because I siphoned a little teeny tiny bit of quintessence.
No, but it's less perfect in that area.
When
it's
we come
not
back
as,
in, there's just an entire aquarium in the sky.
Oh, God. That's honestly what I was like, tomorrow's going to be a mess.
I will do my best not to think about gravity.
I'd like to do a mind roll to scan surface thoughts of the machine.
Take an hour?
Yeah.
Okay. Mind plus the rat.
I'll have been talking to Black in the meantime about things.
Oh my God.
You wish to willpower the 1?
I do not. It's my last die, and it scares me. But
You can feel the energy of your spell.
How much time do we have left? Can I sit and try again?
You probably have just enough to try once more.
Right.
As you look at the clock, it is like ticking towards like 150.
I would try one more time.
Feel free to make the roll. We'll get back to what happens exactly after I talk to Hassan. Hackett.
Okay.
Hackett.
So I go to Black and say, right, we had a plan this time around for trying to respond to Winterbear as quick as possible. We weren't quick enough, but we have another attempt at it that we can make. In the meantime, what we need to do is expedite us getting into contact. What would be the absolute fastest way to contact you? I'm guessing there's a number I could call.
Sure.
I'm talking in terms of seconds, because as soon as the loop starts, Winterbear and whatever is out there are going to be moving.
Well, I'll need to get to a phone first, but it will take maybe 30 seconds.
Yeah, I imagine you stand in here, you press the button,
We
and then
have
you
a
walk
holding
through
company.
to
If you
probably
call
over
up the
there.
company and you go through the switchboard in the correct order, it will put you through and you can type in a code. He takes you out a phone, spends the next hour trying to drill you on the exact sequence of digits.
Would it be any quicker if I just called 999? Reported something weird?
We're still setting up the transceiver at that point.
Ah, damn it. Okay.
Only turned it on shortly after you got here.
Before we reset, I would like to quickly pull out my phone and take a look at the 2 codes I've written in, just to try and rememorize them. Yeah.
I will assume that part of your time spent right now for everyone is like, Dennis Black is going around and drilling you on codes, and it's not fun, but he does keep doing pop quizzes on the codes so that you will remember them. He has an intention of you remembering this.
I'm also going to try and remember the code to his personal iPad. Even if he doesn't give it to me.
Yep. Okay. Make a awareness int roll or technology int or technology wits. It's up to you.
Let's do awareness intelligence.
Katie, if you want, you can re-roll 2 dice on that mind. I'll let you know how much it counterspells by first, though. None. So you'd have 2 successes. If you want to re-roll, you might be able to get up to 4. Hell, you might be able to get up to 6 for the credit.
But I have to use willpower for that, right?
Yes, you
1
would.
second. 5.
5. Okay. Yeah, you noticed that although he gave you the iPad and a code was needed to be put into it, it does appear that when he puts it down, it does seemingly lock itself and go to the code screen again, and he has to pick it up and then enter a code. And when he puts it down, like, you kind of see the code, it seems to be locked. There's a little lock icon next to it. You don't remember when he handed it to you. You will guess that it has some sort of life detect function or facial recognition function or something on it that means you need a code and also to be an authorized person. And he possibly disabled the first part so that it was just code-based for you.
All right.
The manual seems to be quite delicate and highly encrypted, and it's only ever on that one pad, the pad he gave to you. He doesn't pull it up on a second pad. That seems to go with this machine.
Amongst my memorizations, I'm also trying to remember the correct way of opening the door to the time thing.
Oh, yeah, that's part of what he'll be drilling you on.
Oh, okay, good.
Now you've opened it once, he's like, might as well.
So
So-
with the willpower,
Mhm.
remind me, next, it refreshes every session, right?
You get your resolve or your composure back at the beginning of the next session.
Okay, I'm going to use my last willpower on this.
Ooh, okay.
So 2.
Yeah, this will, like, you will get the result of this about a minute before the time
Oh, okay. I got 1
3.
extra.
Okay, 3 successes. We'll get to exactly what happens in a moment. Before that all kicks off, though, Amelia comes in. Let's see what she has. Perfect.
Critical hit.
Oh!
We managed to
Nice.
track him. I've sent a unit. We will be short-staffed until they report back.
Give us a place. Give us a name.
I don't know if you really should have sent a unit. It may mean you have no units next time around.
Well, they're about to leave. If you want, you can go with.
How long do we have on the clock?
It's about 19 minutes.
If anyone should go in there, it's me. I know I can survive death at a cost.
I'll go with you.
I'm probably so deep in.
You can
thought.
stop now if you want and go with. It's up to you, but you won't
I
get
want to
results.
read the machine.
Okay.
I spent my willpower dice on this.
Okay.
Let's go with them.
Mm-hmm.
We shouldn't try and engage. It's too late in the day to matter. We'll just observe, learn, and then we'll be ready for the next loop.
Here's hoping we're fucking wrong.
Good luck. I'm gonna stay here and guard Thrasher.
We'll see you next day.
Also, yeah, you
Right.
told me I shouldn't leave or step out of this place too.
Okay. You go up. It looks like all the you now know them as Unit Omega, Void Marines, jump into the SUVs along with a couple of agents. About 2/3 of the entire personnel that are here are going with you. You both get in one in each SUV, or do you want to both get in one SUV? They want to put both of you in the back SUV, if it helps. Sergeant Keaton's going in the lead vehicle.
Keaton, you're either taking me or Hackett in the front.
Very well. What are your specialties?
Correspondence.
I know the terms, don't worry.
Data, force physics, and dimensional physics.
Etheric chemistry, etheric biology, life matter.
Either you would work. You might be able to notice an attack incoming. I would prefer to put the life mage in the back so that you can do some healing if required.
I'm afraid my abilities there are quite limited.
In which case, either you in the front will do. I would prefer to put whichever of you is stronger in the front so you can bolster defenses with matter or forces.
Put me in the front. I've died once. It's less important if I die again.
All right,
Roger.
I'll sit in the back.
Have you got a plasma rifle?
I have my plasma rifle.
He looks it up and down.
I have the sword ready as well. It's sticking out the footwell.
Okay. And you all bolt into the SUVs, take off, and head to a house up here in the edge of the paradox field. Bear in mind, we're going to the edge of the chrono radiation area. You might be affected. It will be minimal.
Makes sense. Good place to hide from us.
Okay. Both of you roll me a paradox die as you get. Okay.
I
Back
got
against
one.
the paradox. And you get to what appears to be a small complex of flats. You see all of them quickly grabbing patches from a set of patches that they pull out of the little pocket of the actual seat in front, putting on patches and marking them as armed police. And they get out. None with plasma rifles, but two of them do carry big boxes with them, which they would place nearby, which have plasma rifles in them. They look at you and like, do we need to hide the plasma rifle, or should we just go in? At this point, I think our cover's blown. We're going to reset in a minute.
Do it.
It doesn't matter. Police could show
Hey,
up by the
pull
time
open the
they...
boxes, pull out plasma rifles.
I imagine like I grab a jacket or something marking me as met from the back,
Okay.
just in case.
Yeah,
I mean, your vest has a Velcro strap on the front. As you get out, one of them just slaps on Metropolitan Police Service on the front of the vest.
Yeah, I leave the cane actually in the vehicle, and I have my
Looking
shot.
down at myself, I'm like, shit, I guess I'm Technocracy now.
Welcome
And
to
they-
the club.
Move up quickly, keeping you a little bit behind them as they head towards the door. up a few flights of stairs, shooing away civilians as people go past. Armed police, get out of the way! Keep aside! Armed police, coming through! They run up several flights of stairs. The music does seem to change for you as you note. You get here and you go further up towards the door. You see a door flickering light above it at the end of the corridor.
So remember, don't take any chances. If you die, you don't come back.
Then it's on you to make sure this ends properly. You are most important. Make sure you protect them with your lives.
I mean, you don't need to. If I die, I come back. You guys don't. If anything,
You're the only one who can change the loop. Otherwise, we come back. We have our orders.
All right.
And they take flanking positions on the side of the door.
Can I spirit sense through the door?
Spirit sense?
I'll check a...
It's tough. You don't have line of sight. Feel free to do a life sense if you want as well.
Yeah.
Katie, meanwhile,
Oh no.
back with the machine.
I did close it, by the way. I wouldn't leave it open.
Okay. That makes it harder for Katie because she can't see on going
She was
through
done,
the
right? She finished the test, or...
She finishes 17 minutes after you leave.
Oh, god damn it. Okay,
We
I
will-
guess
You leave it open?
I probably
Before we
leave
left-
it open.
Before we left, though, we did teach specifically Thresher how to close the door.
Oh, anyone can close it. There's a big button now on the pad that just says emergency close.
Oh, good.
Nice. Good.
They're not dumb.
I mean, yeah.
There are consequences of beta testing in the field. But Thresher, Kenneth comes over. He's the only other person now in the room with you. Should this all go wrong, slap that button.
I'll make a mental note. Okay.
And you see him going round, placing rucksacks on the ground and doing something with the top of the rucksack before closing them up.
What is he doing?
Make a wits awareness.
Okay. 2.
Yeah, he's not overly trying to hide it. You can see him arming radio detonators. And as you see, the bags seem to be full of explosives. In his hand, he has a detonator as well.
What are you doing?
We can't really hold a perimeter without the team. We're too short-staffed. If we get attacked, slap the button. This should withstand the explosion.
And I'm looking at him. So you want me to hit the button to detonate these?
No, close the device, then I can detonate them.
Excuse
This
me,
is armored. He wraps on the side.
I know,
will
but I'm
survive.
not.
If the thing gets in here, I can't guarantee. You'll come back.
Well, you won't.
In which case, hit the button and jump inside.
I look at him.
Just
Why
don't
can't
touch
you jump in?
anything.
Why won't you just jump inside too?
I don't know what will happen if I jump in there.
Neither do I.
If I have time, then I'll jump in with you. But it's important, press the button. That will close quickly.
Did he give us another code that was not his designation in case he dies?
The number would go through to him. Yeah. He didn't.
Here's the thing. I kind of need you alive in order for this whole thing to work out again on the next loop.
Okay. I will do my best to get in there if this goes wrong. But more important...
Give me another secret I can tell your cronies in case you do blow up.
Tell Hackett to change the 7 at the end for a 5. That'll put him through to Amelia.
Okay. I'm going to repeat that over and over in my head. And I'm almost
You can't
done.
really
Maybe...
repeat it over and over. There is no chance. You're focusing on the spell right now.
Okay.
Any memory check will be difficult because you're trying... this is carrying on a conversation while driving a route you don't know in the dark. The conversation is happening, but you're not able to spend much time on it.
Okay.
With that, the
When-
spell completes. You connect to the mind inside. And you briefly can get a read surface thoughts. And what you get is something along the lines of...
Initiating in 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, must initiate. Initiating in 2 minutes. Balancing load. Battery draining. Contestants low. Lower than expected. Contestants was drained earlier. No time to worry about that. Let's concentrate. 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. 1 minute, 50 seconds. Concentrating. Must do my job. Concentrating.
Does it come across as something that's just a machine going through its processes, or is it something that seems more alive?
A machine wouldn't have a mind. A basic machine, like your desktop computer, would not have a mind.
Yeah.
This
It's
is
alive.
something dumb, maybe juvenile, not intelligent in the same way that a person is intelligent, but it is what you might term a very low-grade AI.
I look over at him. This is what you have to restart the loop each day?
I don't know what you're referring to. At this point, back at the apartment.
I will power my life thing.
Okay. How much did you get?
I'm
I
gonna
got
roll it
3
now.
successes for spirit.
366 spirit. Nothing inside, but there is a residue. You can kind of feel that
Come
there
on.
is pain and suffering.
Okay, still one on the
Something
life.
transpired here that has left kind of like a very deep imprint of emotion on this place. The veil between here and the Shadowlands is thin. Life sense, can't tell.
Yeah, I just got the one.
Bang! The door blows. They rush in.
Call the transport depot. They may be under attack. There's no spirit in here. It's gone.
Oh no.
As you enter, there's a light flickering. You see a chair kicked over, meal half eaten. In the further room, a bed. What might have once been a body laying on it, seemingly a bloody mess. Bits and pieces are scattered around. Feel free to make investigate intelligence or medicine intelligence rolls. And you also see another body. Rita-san. Yeah.
Critical
that
hit
person has
medicine.
been... Oof. Hassan, that person's been tortured slowly. And you can feel that with the imprint of spirit. The other body in front of you, though, looks like a very quick death. Looks like someone just grabbed a knife from the knife block and then just pretty much cut almost entirely through their neck.
Wait.
Hassan, Hackett. Critical hit 6. Very slowly, it looks like someone had bits pulled out of them somehow. Very slowly. They were tortured with pain and suffering. Very slowly. And the person on the ground in front of you died very quickly, but afterwards. They are also covered in blood. And you kind of can tell from the layout and the patterning that the person in the bed was tortured by the person who then just killed themselves.
How did the second person die?
Self-inflicted stab wound to the neck.
Can I recognize either of them as Winterbear?
The one dead with the carving knife is Winterbear. The other one, you... Have you ever been to Mind Evolution?
I called.
So you came in.
Hackett came in, Hassan didn't.
Oh, did
It was
Hackett.
Hackett that came by.
As you slowly
Okay.
kind of like put the pieces together and look at the face in front of you with a very critical hit medicine, you remember that face. The security guard at Mind Evolution.
He's killing himself every time.
No, he's not. Winterbear was the host. It found that we found him.
9:51 a.m. ticks around.
Fuck.
And with that, we see a man step out of the train station in Webley Bridge. We watch him from above as he walks briskly down the short flight of concrete steps, a pep in his step as he heads to teach his morning ethics lecture, University College London's South Campus. As his foot hits the pavement, a train passes. A pedestrian bumps into him roughly, complaining as he mixes back into the somewhat diminished crowd. Which way are you going, you wanker?
Can I try and pick up my wallet back?
We'll get to that. Hackett. Our camera sees an old woman walking down the last of a creaking set of steps into a stairwell lit by a flickering light. A jutting cup of tea wobbles in her hand as the faint music from a record player upstairs can be heard. We cut to a spacious, minimalist, but austere-looking office. A woman sits in an armchair. Music plays from the speakers around the room. An answering machine in the next room picks up an unanswered call. Dr. Thresher, there's no one in the room. You hear footsteps outside.
I breathe a sigh of relief, just like, oh, there's some peace this morning.
And there's a knock.
But there's like a moment of panic because I'm like, this is not supposed to happen. I'm going to stand up and smooth my dress out, walk over to the door, and open it up.
You open it up, and in front of you is a security guard who you pass every day as you go in and out of the building. Only gold liquid is running down from his eyes and his mouth, his nose and his ears, almost like liquid gold is running down him. In it, you can see carves and scratches in the liquid as it starts to run down. And that's where we end today's episode. We'll see you in 2 weeks. I ran over. I had to get to that.
The moment
you
you said
eat?
footsteps, I'm like, oh no.
That's the moment we knew.
Mm.
Now I get it.
The man who called me about Mindy was a different security guard.
Same security guard.
Yikes.
He's a gold Voyager disc now.
So, we're going to go really quick through. We're a bit over time today, and I want to try and get at least a little time in for an after show. Let's go fast. So, today is wonky, so you may have watched this today, but also we'll be playing at the normal time. So if you're in like a, oh wait, I only just caught the end of it, why is it a different time? It will play at the normal time next week as a rerun, and also on YouTube. So hi, if you're watching this on YouTube, don't worry about it. This has been sponsored by Roll20, that has to do the crazy things and the dice and the onlines and stuff. Go check them out. September, 20% off new subs, 20% off gift subs. MC Name Post is now out. Sheepy Interview is now out. So there's a load of stuff to check out on the Patreon. And also, Mage Episode 7 is out. Yeah, that's the thing. Also, I think we'll probably put updated character sheets up at some point. Probably after the last episode or something. I don't know. They're probably updated character sheets by now. Right. Let's go through everyone real quick. Let's start off with Werewolf. Who are you? What are you doing? Where we find you?
Hi, I'm Werewolf. My pronouns are he, him. Oh my god, fuck. I'm Werewolf. My pronouns are he, him. You can find me online at Werewolf Feels on Twitter and Twitch. I also write games, so you can find all that information on nordenalikadir.card.co. You can find a link to that on my Twitter as well. Fuck.
Okay, Bentham plays. What about you?
Well, then you can find me various places where I go by the name of Mangled Pork. We do multiplayer games of various different kinds at the moment on streams, and I don't do videos anymore, but I keep meaning to, so who knows? That's me.
Because of course.
Okay, and finally, Katie, what about you?
Hi, I'm Katie Peters Plays. I play a lot of sci-fi and horror on my channel. A lot of spooky stuff is coming up next month. I played Dr. Teresa Thresher for you today, and now I got a gold person bleeding gold at my door. So we're gonna find out in a couple weeks what that means. EE, what about you?
Because of course.
Hi, I'm Elysium. I might be streaming more soon now. I don't know. It's the future. Who can tell? That's it. Right. We'll check if we had tips, I guess, today. Oh, giant picture of Katie appears. Right.
Me?
Yeah, the Twitter just loaded, and it loaded a giant picture of you because of your tweet. No tip today, I think. Let me just double check. Come on, refresh. No tip. We're good. We're going to be off. We're going to do after show real quick, and thank you for staying with us. Hopefully the time hasn't thrown you. And I guess we'll find out. Good morning, Voyager.
A little different than all the rest. I'm quite old-fashioned, wear a hat, sometimes play chess. And when I'm out, I'm looking for that vintage fling. But all complexions that I adore, so hard to find, these seem impossible to score. So I dream on to some